Willkommen and welcome back to the second course. In this course, you are going to learn more about grammar, saying sentences in different times, and of course, much more vocabulary to help you get started. Are you ready? Let's start with our first lesson. As I said, the main focus of this course is going to be about present perfect. Das Perfekt. Which means we are going to learn how to say different sentences in the past. Let's start. The first part of this lesson is going to be about verbs that don't include movement. As you can see, verbs that don't include movement physically are going to be built like that. To say this verb in the past tense, you have to add the verb haben or to have. And of course, it's going to be written as the pronoun before it. Ich habe, du hast, sie, es hat, and so on, you know? Plus the new form of the verb, the past participle. Those verbs or those forms are the ones that you have to learn by heart. Let's see an example. If you want to say, I bought, in German, you would say, ich habe gekauft. Let's go through it. To buy something isn't necessarily a verb where you move a lot, right? Therefore, you use the verb haben. And because the pronoun is I or ich, that's why you write habe. Ich habe. And gekauft comes from the verb kaufen, which means to buy. Ich habe gekauft. So as you can see, gekauft is the form that you have to learn by heart. But I can say this. Almost all those verbs start with ge. As you can see in the second sentence, I did is ich habe gemacht. Ich habe gemacht. To do something isn't necessarily something that you move in it. So you say habe. Because you say ich habe. And then you add ge, and then the form of the verb machen, which means to do. Ich habe gemacht. This is how you express a past action or event that doesn't include movement. In other words, I can tell you that almost 75% of all verbs use the verb haben. However, it's really important to know the 25% as well. Let's see a more complicated sentence, like yesterday we talked at the restaurant. Yesterday is gestern. We talked, so the pronoun is wir. And to talk, you don't actually move a lot in it, so you use haben. And in German, sometimes you have to switch between the pronoun and the verb, but this is for another lesson. So for now, you have gestern haben wir, and then you don't write the second verb, geredet, but you write first at the restaurant. So, gestern haben wir im Restaurant geredet. Aha, what does that mean? Well, in the German language, in the past perfect, the second verb, gekauft, gemacht, geredet, all those verbs are going to be at the end of the sentence. Let's see how we can use some verbs, starting with haben, which means to have. So if you want to say had, it's going to be like this. For I, you say ich habe gehabt. Ich habe gehabt. The verb to have doesn't need any movement, so it takes also the verb haben. And gehabt is the form of the verb haben. And as you can see, the verb gehabt is unchangeable regardless of the pronoun. Only the verb haben, the first verb haben, needs to be changed. So you say, ich habe gehabt. I had. However, du hast gehabt. You had. Sie hat gehabt. He had, she had, it had. Wir haben gehabt. We had. Ihr habt gehabt. You had, in plural. And finally, sie haben gehabt. They had. Let's try with another verb, kaufen, which means to buy. Kaufen takes the verb haben. And only the verb haben is going to change. The past form of the verb kaufen stays the same. Ich habe gekauft. I bought. Du hast gekauft. You bought. Es hat gekauft. He, she, it bought. Wir haben gekauft. We bought. Ihr habt gekauft. You bought. And sie haben gekauft. They bought. So gekauft stays the same, and you only have to change the verb haben. But, as I said, it's really important to know the forms of those verbs in the perfect by heart. Which means, if I say the verb kaufen, you should immediately be able to say, aha, gekauft is the form in the past of this verb. Again with another verb, reden. Ich habe geredet. Du hast geredet. Sie, es hat geredet. Wir haben geredet. Ihr habt geredet. And Sie haben geredet. Geredet is the new form of the verb reden, and it's the one that should be learned by heart. And it takes the verb haben, therefore you only have to change this verb, haben. And that's it. Again, with the verb machen, to do, ich habe gemacht. Du hast gemacht. Es hat gemacht. Wir haben gemacht. Ihr habt gemacht. And Sie haben gemacht. Gemacht stays the same at the end of the sentence, and haben is the one that should be changed, based on the pronoun, of course. That was only the first half of this lesson. There are another verbs that do include movement. Those are a bit different, but not very much. The only difference is that instead of haben, you use the verb sein or the verb to be. The verb to be is again the verb that should be changed based on the pronoun. And the second part, or the new form of the verb, is unchangeable. However, you add ge at the beginning. And yes, those should be also learned by heart. For example, I ran. Ran comes from the verb run, which is laufen. Laufen is a verb that you move in it. So you say sein. However, the pronoun is I, which is ich. So sein with ich should be ich bin, right? I am. Ich bin, and then the form of the verb laufen in the past is gelaufen. Gelaufen. So I ran would be ich bin gelaufen. So as you can see, this is literally the only difference. If the verb has movement in it, you use sein instead of haben. Let's try another example. Like, we drove to school. Drove, this means that the main verb is drive. And drive in German means fahren. Fahren is a verb that you move in it. So you write sein. And sein with the pronoun we or wir is wir sind. Now, you know that the second verb, which is gefahren, would come at the end of the sentence. Therefore, to school or zu Schule would be between. So the sentence is: Wir sind zur Schule gefahren. Wir sind zur Schule gefahren. Consider this as some kind of mind game. With time and with practice, such sentences are going to come out of you without thinking. Let's see how we can use this verb to run. Laufen. Starting with Ich bin gelaufen. I ran. However, du bist gelaufen. You ran. Es ist gelaufen. He, she, it ran. Wir sind gelaufen. We ran. Ihr seid gelaufen. You ran. And sie sind gelaufen. They ran. Let's try different verbs. Here, it's really important for you to recognize the new forms of the verbs that you already know in the present and try to write them so that you can practice them and learn them by heart. I went, for example, is ich bin gegangen. Ich bin, obviously, because it's a verb where you move in it. And went comes from the verb gehen, which would be gegangen in the past. Ich bin gegangen. Gegangen is the word that you should write and learn by heart. You ate. Essen. Doesn't require movement, therefore haben. Du hast gegessen. Du hast gegessen. As you can see, there isn't actually a connection between the new words. Gegessen, gegangen, gelaufen. They sound a bit similar, but it's really important to write them and learn them separately by heart. This is the only way, sadly. Let's continue with she jumped. To jump, it does sound like something that you move in it. Therefore, you say sie ist. And springen in the past would be gesprungen. Gesprungen. So the whole sentence is sie ist gesprungen. They knew. To know doesn't require movement, therefore haben. Therefore, sie haben. And wissen in the past is gewusst. Sie haben gewusst. We saw. To see something, no movement, therefore haben. Therefore, wir haben. And sehen in the past is gesehen. Wir haben gesehen. We saw. You read. To read, no movement. Ihr habt. And lesen in the past is gelesen. Ihr habt gelesen. You read. Ihr habt gelesen. And remember, this new form is not changeable. It always stays the same, regardless of the pronoun. So there is literally one form per verb. He drank. No movement, therefore hat. And instead of trinken, you say getrunken. Hat getrunken. If you want to say he drank water, you say hat Wasser getrunken. So Wasser comes in between, and getrunken would be at the end of the sentence. If you want to say I did sports or I exercised, ich habe Sport gemacht. Now this one is a tricky one, because if you want to say I exercised, you obviously would think that you would use the verb sein, because you actually move in this verb. However, this is one of the exceptions. There are some verbs that don't apply to this rule. And this verb is actually one of them. Because to exercise or to do sports is Sport machen. And the verb machen itself always takes haben. Therefore, even in the case of doing sports, you say ich habe Sport gemacht. Ich habe Sport gemacht. We give no movement. Wir haben gegeben. Wir haben gegeben. They cooked. No movement. Sie haben gekocht. Sie haben gekocht. The verb spielen or to play is also a verb that is always with haben. Even if you want to say something like I played football, it also with haben, even though you actually move when you do this verb. So it would be du hast gespielt. Du hast gespielt. We helped. No movement. Wir haben geholfen. Wir haben geholfen. The verb to run has actually two words in German, remember? There is laufen, which you already know, and rennen. Rennen. It also takes sein, just like laufen. So the sentence I ran could also be ich bin gerannt. Ich bin gerannt. If you want to make such sentence negative, like you didn't say, it's quite easy. Say no movement, therefore du hast, and you simply add nicht in between. Du hast nicht gesagt. Again, the verb gesagt, or the new form, the past form, would be at the end of the sentence. Du hast nicht gesagt. Let's try to exercise. As you can see in front of you, there are 5 sentences. In each sentence, there are 2 possible answers. Try to read the sentence and choose the correct answer. I'm going to check with you in a minute. So let's see why the correct answers are actually correct. The first sentence says, Wir haben das Buch gelesen. The sentence should be, We read the book. Gelesen, there isn't actually a movement, therefore you say haben. Wir haben das Buch gelesen. Mein Vater ist im Park gelaufen. My father ran in the park. Gelaufen, to run, there is movement, therefore ist. Hast du ein T-Shirt gekauft? Did you buy a T-Shirt? Gekauft, to buy, there isn't actually much movement, therefore haben. And because this is a question, the verb hast would be at the beginning of the sentence. So you should switch between the pronoun and the first verb. Hast du ein T-Shirt gekauft? 7 Uhr habe ich mit Peter gespielt. At 7 o'clock I played with Peter. Gespielt, to play, there isn't a movement in this verb, therefore haben. And finally, Sie haben eine Pizza gegessen. They ate a pizza. Ate comes from the verb to eat, which is essen. Therefore, you say haben. Should we try it again? Try it one more time. Try to choose the correct answer. Seid ihr mit dem Auto gefahren? Did you drive with the car? Gefahren, to drive. Aha, this means that you actually move. Therefore, you say seid, which comes from the verb sein. Meine Mutter hat eine Suppe gekocht. My mother cooked a soup. Gekocht, to cook, comes from the verb kochen. There isn't movement or an obvious movement. Therefore you say hat. Meine Mutter hat eine Suppe gekocht. Hat den Film gesehen? Did he see the film? Gesehen comes from the verb sehen, to see. There isn't movement, therefore hat. Ist zum Kino gefahren? Did he drive to the cinema? To drive, fahren, there is movement, therefore ist. And finally, habt ihr Brot gekauft? Did you buy bread? Gekauft, kaufen, there isn't movement, therefore habt. And because this sentence is a question, just like the two sentences before, the verb habt or ist would come first, right before the pronoun. Habt ihr, ist and so on. And that was the end of the first lesson of this course. Be ready, it's going to be fun, it's going to be excited, and you are going to learn a lot. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the second lesson. Until then, bye-bye. Willkommen, and welcome back to our second lesson of this course. I'm Taya, and I'm going to be your teacher. Shall we start? For this course, we are going to mainly focus on the present perfect in the German language. The present perfect is either das Perfekt or Vergangenheit, and this word is going to be used the most in this course. Das Perfekt, Vergangenheit. In other words, we are going to learn how to build sentences in the past. The first thing you need to know is that in the German language, if you want to build a verb in the present perfect, you need a second verb. And this verb is either haben or sein. Haben or sein are going to come first, and the second verb is going to be the last word of the sentence. Now, the question is, when are you supposed to use to have, and when are you supposed to use the verb to be, haben or sein? There is a rule. It does apply for like 80 to 85% of the verbs. There are some exceptions, and we are going to go through them in this course. This rule says that verbs that don't include movement in them, such as to write, to read, to have something, during those verbs you don't have to move, right? Therefore, if you want to use those verbs in the Vergangenheit or in the present perfect, you use haben. So it would be the pronoun, the fitting form of the verb haben, ich habe, du hast, es hat, and so on, plus the new form of the main verb. And the same thing applies to sein. However, with sein, you usually choose verbs that do include movement in them, like to go, to ride, to fly. Do you see the difference? And again, you would add the pronoun with the fitting form of the verb sein, ich bin, du bist, es ist, plus the new form of the verb. Let's go through some verbs to see how we can use them. This is how we are going to learn Vergangenheit. First, we are going to go through the present forms, and at the end, as you can see, there would be an example of how to use it in the present perfect. Sein, as you know, is the verb to be. Therefore, you say ich bin, du bist, es, sie, es ist, wir sind, ihr seid, and sie sind. All of those things are old stuff to you. However, in the present perfect or in the Vergangenheit, you say ich bin, the pronoun, plus the present form of the verb sein, plus gewesen. And gewesen comes from the verb sein. In other words, gewesen is the Vergangenheitsform of the verb sein. Ich bin gewesen, du bist gewesen, ist gewesen, and so on. Gewesen always stays the same. It never changes, regardless of the pronoun. Let's try with the verb to fly. First of all, think about it. To fly, it does sound like a verb that you move in it. Therefore, we use sein in the Vergangenheit. But before that, let's see how we can use it in the present. Ich fliege, du fliegst, sie, es fliegt, wir fliegen, ihr fliegt, and sie fliegen. And now, in the present perfect, geflogen is the new form. Geflogen. So it's going to be ich bin geflogen, du bist geflogen, ist geflogen, wir sind geflogen, ihr seid geflogen, and sie sind geflogen. So geflogen is unchangeable, and the verb sein is going to change to fit the pronoun. There is one more thing to be careful for. Geflogen, or the second verb in the Vergangenheit, is always at the end of the sentence. Ich bin geflogen. Geflogen is always going to be at the end. For example, if you want to say, I flew yesterday, ich bin gestern geflogen. Gestern means yesterday. Ich bin gestern geflogen. Therefore, geflogen is at the end of the sentence. This is really important. This verb is one of the exceptions I talked about. To stay is obviously a verb where you don't move. However, in the German language, you use the verb sein if you want to say the verb bleiben in the Vergangenheit. In the present, it goes like this. Ich bleibe, du bleibst, sie, es bleibt, wir bleiben, ihr bleibt, and sie bleiben. And in the Vergangenheit, you say, ich bin geblieben. Ich bin geblieben. Sadly, there isn't a rule that tells you how the Vergangenheitsform of the verbs are going to look like. Therefore, you have to learn them as they are. but they either end with en or with t, most of them. But you always have to be careful. So my advice to you is to learn them as they are with the verb in the present. Think about it as a mind game. Bleiben is geblieben. Sein is gewesen, and so on. And with time and with practice, you are not going to think about it. The words are going to just come out of your mouth. Schreiben means to write. And here you use haben because you don't actually move a lot in it. Ich schreibe. Du schreibst. Es schreibt. Wir schreiben. Ihr schreibt. And sie schreiben. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geschrieben. Ich habe geschrieben. Geschrieben is the word that you have to learn by heart, and the word that is unchangeable, and the word that is going to be at the end of the sentence. So those are the main things you have to know about Vergangenheit. Verbs are going to be learned by heart. They are unchangeable, regardless of the pronoun. And finally, they are going to be at the end of the sentences. The verbs haben and sein are going to be the verbs that come right after the pronoun. The verb to take means nehmen. Nehmen. And it goes like this. Ich nehme. Du nimmst. You change E into I. Es nimmt. Wir nehmen. Ihr nehmt. And sie nehmen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe genommen. Ich habe genommen. With double M. To meet, like to meet with friends, and so on, means treffen. Treffen. Ich treffe. Du triffst. So it's just like nehmen, where A is going to be I. Es trifft. Wir treffen. Ihr trefft. And sie treffen. And the verb treffen takes haben. So it's going to be like ich habe getroffen. Ich habe getroffen. The same thing goes with finden, to find. It also takes the verb haben. So it's ich finde, du findest, es findet, wir finden, ihr findet, and sie finden. In der Vergangenheit, it's ich habe gefunden. Ich habe gefunden. Schneiden is to cut. Schneiden. Ich schneide. Du schneidest. Es schneidet. Wir schneiden. Ihr schneidet. And sie schneiden. It also takes the verb haben. Therefore you say, ich habe geschnitten. Ich habe geschnitten. The verb to come, however, here you use sein because it's the verb that you move in it. Kommen. You say, ich komme. Du kommst. Es kommt. Wir kommen. Ihr kommt. And sie kommen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich bin gekommen. So here, you only have to add ge at the beginning. Ich bin gekommen. Let's see how we are doing. Read those verbs and try to translate them with the correct pronouns. Let's see if you've got it right. I took. Ich habe genommen. She came. Sie ist gekommen. They found. Sie haben gefunden. You ran. Du bist gelaufen. This verb is from the first lesson. We stayed. Wir sind geblieben. You were. Du bist gewesen. If you use the pronoun ihr in this sentence, that's also correct. Du bist gewesen. Ihr seid gewesen. And finally, I had. Ich habe gehabt. Let's try it again. The correct answers are I met, ich habe getroffen. She ran by using the verb rennen. Sie ist gerannt. They wrote. Sie haben geschrieben. You saw. Du hast gesehen. Or ihr habt gesehen. We drank. Wir haben getrunken. You had is either ihr habt gehabt or du hast gehabt. And finally, I flew. Ich bin geflogen. Ich bin geflogen. Gratuliere! That was the end of this lesson. I hope it wasn't that complicated. In case it was, go through it one more time and see if it gets any better. And in the next lessons, we are going to talk about this subject more and more. So don't worry about it. Until then, bye-bye! Willkommen and welcome back to the third lesson of this series. Let's start. Today, we are going to continue our lesson about Vergangenheit, or the verbs in the past tense. And as you know by now, in the Vergangenheit, you have to choose between to have or to be, haben or sein, to add to your verb. This rule is going to help you to know which one to use. Usually, with verbs that don't include movement in them, like to write, to have, those verbs usually take haben. So you have haben, of course, the correct form based on the pronoun, plus the past participle form of the verb. And the opposite applies to sein. So verbs that you move while you are doing them take the verb sein, like to jump, to go, to drive, and so on. So sein plus the past participle form of the verb. This rule applies to almost each verb. However, there are some that actually don't apply. But don't worry, almost 80% of the verbs are under this rule. We are going to go through some exceptions in the next lessons. Let's continue by learning some new verbs and how to use them. Let's start with the verb start. Beginnen. Beginnen. And this verb is normal. You start with ich beginne. Du beginnst with both ends. Es beginnt. Wir beginnen. Ihr beginnt. And sie beginnen. In the perfect form or in the Vergangenheitsform, you say ich habe begonnen. Ich habe begonnen. So it's a bit different from the infinitive form. And as you can see, to start something doesn't actually require movement, so you use the verb haben. However, to swim is used in the following way. Ich schwimme. Du schwimmst. Es schwimmt. Wir schwimmen. Ihr schwimmt. And sie schwimmen. To swim is a verb that has movement in it, right? Therefore, the Vergangenheitsform is ich bin geschwommen. Ich bin geschwommen. To win is also an easy verb. Ich gewinne, du gewinnst, es gewinnt, wir gewinnen, ihr gewinnt, and sie gewinnen. And again, because to win doesn't actually need movement, you use haben. For example, ich habe gewonnen. Ich habe gewonnen. And if you want to say this sentence with other pronouns, the only word that you have to change is going to be haben. Gewonnen stays the same. More general, the second verb is going to stay the same, no matter what. And it's always at the end of the sentence. Vergessen means to forget. Vergessen, forget. And this verb is a bit different, because you say ich vergesse, but you say du vergisst. Du vergisst. And because the verb itself has two S's in it, you don't have to add an extra S with du. Therefore, the du and the SES form are exactly the same. Du vergisst, SES vergisst. And then back to wir vergessen, ihr vergesst, and sie vergessen. In the Vergangenheit, you say ich habe vergessen. Ich habe vergessen. To eat is ich esse, du isst, es isst, again, two S's, therefore no need for a third S. Wir essen, ihr esst, and sie essen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe gegessen. Ich habe gegessen. Gehen means to go. Ich gehe, du gehst, es geht, wir gehen, ihr geht, and sie gehen. To go is obviously a verb that you move in it. Therefore, you take sein. Ich bin gegangen. Ich bin gegangen. To sit is sitzen. Sitzen. Ich sitze. Du sitzt. Es sitzt. And as you can see, verbs that have z in them, just like sitzen, don't require an extra s with du. You only have to add t. Let's continue with wir sitzen, ihr sitzt, and sie sitzen. To sit is also considered a verb, oddly enough, where you move in it. Therefore, you use also sein. Ich bin gesessen. Ich bin gesessen. Now be careful here, because the last three verbs that we had are almost similar in the Vergangenheit. You have gegessen, ate, gegangen, went, and gesessen, sat. Gegessen, gegangen, gesessen. Try to go over them one more time and try to distinguish between them. The opposite of sit is stehen. Stehen, which means to stand. Ich stehe. Du stehst. Es steht. Wir stehen. Ihr steht. And sie stehen. And yes, to stand is a verb where you move in it. At least to the German language. Therefore, you use sein. Ich bin gestanden. Ich bin gestanden. To hit is schlagen. And this verb is a bit different because you say ich schlage, but you change a into a umlaut with du and ses. So it's du schlägst and ses schlägt. Wir schlagen. Ihr schlagt and sie schlagen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geschlagen. Ich habe geschlagen. Fahren means to drive. And the Umlaut rule also applies here. So you say, ich fahre, du fährst, SES fährt, and then back to wir fahren, ihr fahrt, and sie fahren. And with drive, you also say ich bin gefahren. Ich bin gefahren. To fall is fallen. Fallen. And again, you say ich falle, but du fällst. Du fällst, and SES fällt. Wir fallen, ihr fallt, and sie fallen. In der Vergangenheit, you also use sein, and you say, ich bin gefallen. Ich bin gefallen. To sleep is schlafen. Schlafen. And you say, ich schlafe, but du schläfst, and SES schläft. Wir schlafen, ihr schlaft, and sie schlafen. And obviously the verb to sleep will take the verb haben. Ich habe geschlafen. Ich habe geschlafen. To bring is bringen. Bringen. And this verb is easy. Ich bringe. Du bringst. SES bringt. Wir bringen. Ihr bringt. And sie bringen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe gebracht. Ich habe gebracht. And be careful between gebracht and the verb brauchen, which means to need. Because the verb brauchen in der Vergangenheit is gebraucht. So there is an extra U in the middle. Gebracht is to bring, and gebraucht is to need. To think is denken. Denken. Ich denke. Du denkst. SES denkt. Wir denken. Ihr denkt. And sie denken. In der Vergangenheit is a bit different because you say ich habe gedacht. Ich habe gedacht. So it's almost a whole new word. Ich habe gedacht. To feel is fühlen. Fühlen. And it goes like this. Ich fühle. Du fühlst. Es fühlt. Wir fühlen. Ihr fühlt. And sie fühlen. Sie fühlen. As you can see, it's a great exercise to learn the letter U-Umlaut and its pronunciation. In the Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe gefühlt. Ich habe gefühlt. Let's see if you can still remember those. Read the verbs and try to translate them with the correct pronoun. So let's see. Ich habe verstanden. I understood. Sie ist gegangen. She went. Sie haben gefühlt. They felt. Du hast genommen. You took. Wir haben gelesen. We read. Ihr habt geschrieben. You wrote. And if you use the pronoun do, in this case, that's also correct. And finally, ich habe gedacht is I thought. Let's try it again. I took. Ich habe genommen. She sat. Sie ist gesessen. They started. Sie haben begonnen. You cooked. Ihr habt gekocht. We stayed. Wir sind geblieben. You stood. Du bist gestanden. And finally, I ate. Ich habe gegessen. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope it wasn't that difficult. And I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start if you are ready. This entire lesson is going to be about questions and answers in the past, to practice with the verbs and the way to use them. Fragen in der Vergangenheit. Fragen, which means questions, in der Vergangenheit. So this means that I'm going to ask you a question and you have to answer it with the correct verb. Let's start with something simple, like, how was your day? Wie ist dein Tag gewesen? Try to answer it. A possible answer could be, mein Tag ist gut gelaufen. Danke. Mein Tag ist gut gelaufen. Danke. My day went well. Thank you. Did you have a nice weekend? Haben Sie, now I'm talking to you with Sie, the respect one, remember? Haben Sie ein schönes Wochenende gehabt? Haben Sie ein schönes Wochenende gehabt? Ja, ich bin zum Strand gegangen. Ja, ich bin zum Strand gegangen. And strand means beach. Yes, I went to the beach. When did you watch the movie? Wann hast du den Film gesehen? Wann hast du den Film gesehen? You could say am Sonntagabend. Am Sonntagabend, which means at Sunday in the evening, or in the evening of Sunday. Wo bist du gestern gewesen? Where were you yesterday? Wo bist du gestern gewesen? Ich bin zum Supermarkt und zur Bank gegangen. Ich bin zum Supermarkt und zur Bank gegangen. I went to the supermarket and to the bank. In case you are wondering why you have to write zum and zur, this is going to be discussed in the next course. Therefore, for now, don't worry about it. And even if you wrote something else, that's completely fine. Take this time as a chance to see and read as much German as you can. So if you had something simpler, that's completely fine. You might read some more complicated sentences in this course. But the reason behind this is for you to have a look or to have a sense of feeling how German sentences could be built. Now let's continue. What did you eat yesterday? Was hast du gestern gegessen? Remember, essen in the Vergangenheit is gegessen. Was hast du gestern gegessen? Ich habe Pizza und Knödel gegessen. Ich habe Pizza und Knödel gegessen. I ate pizza and Knödel. And Knödel is this popular Austrian dish. Try it. It's actually really good. A more general question. What did you think about it? Was haben Sie darüber gedacht? Was haben Sie darüber gedacht? Darüber means about it. In one word. Again, a more general answer could be Es hat mir gut gefallen. Es hat mir gut gefallen, which means I liked it or I liked it good. In German, this sentence actually makes sense. I liked it good. Hast du gestern Wasser getrunken? Did you drink water yesterday? Hast du gestern Wasser getrunken? Ja, ich habe Wasser getrunken. Ja, ich habe Wasser getrunken. When did you go running? When did you go running is wann bist du laufen gegangen? Wann bist du laufen gegangen? And here, as you can see, gegangen is going to be the last verb of the sentence. However, this is the only verb that you have to change. Laufen, on the other hand, is going to stay in the infinitive form because you already had a verb that you changed, which is gehen. Ich bin letzte Woche laufen gegangen. Ich bin letzte Woche laufen gegangen. And again, gegangen is going to be the last word and laufen is going to stay the same because it is a secondary verb. Did you go shopping with mom? Bist du mit Mama einkaufen gegangen? Bist du mit Mama einkaufen gegangen? Again, gegangen is the main verb and einkaufen is the secondary one. Therefore, it's going to stay in the infinitive. And this applies to all kind of verbs. Nein, ich habe keine Zeit gehabt. Nein, ich habe keine Zeit gehabt. Which means, no, I didn't have time. What's the last book you have read? Welches Buch haben Sie zuletzt gelesen? Zuletzt means the last. Das letzte Buch, das ich gelesen habe, ist Pinocchio. Das letzte Buch, das ich gelesen habe, ist Pinocchio. This sentence literally means the last book that I read is Pinocchio. So the second das means that. Have you ever written a letter? Haben Sie schon einmal einen Brief geschrieben? Haben Sie schon einmal einen Brief geschrieben? Schon einmal means ever. It literally means already one time. And together, when they come together, they mean ever. Schon einmal, ever. Ja, ich habe Briefe als Kind geschrieben. Ja, ich habe Briefe als Kind geschrieben. Yes, I've written letters as a child. Als Kind means as a child. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, I hope it was helpful, and I will see you in the next one. Until then, bye-bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. Today we are going to learn some new verbs and how to use them. The first one is going to be to hope. To hope means hoffen. Hoffen. Let's start with ich. Ich hoffe. Du hoffst. Sie, es hofft. Wir hoffen. Ihr hofft. And sie hoffen. In der Vergangenheit, the verb hoffen would become ich habe gehofft. Ich habe gehofft. Or basically, you add the fitting pronoun with the fitting form of the verb haben. And finally, you add gehofft. And gehofft is the word that's not changeable. Let's continue with suchen, which means to search. Ich suche. Du suchst. Sie, es sucht. Wir suchen. Ihr sucht. And sie suchen. In der Vergangenheit, you say again with haben. Ich habe gesucht. Ich habe gesucht. So it ends with T. To catch something is fangen. Fangen. Ich fange. Du fängst. Sie, es fängt. Wir fangen. Back to the normal. Ihr fangt. And sie fangen. So here you have to only change a into a umlaut with du and ses. And in the Vergangenheit, it is ich habe gefangen. Ich habe gefangen. And as you know, the second verb, in this case gefangen, is going to be at the end of the sentence. For example, you say, ich habe den Ball gefangen. I catched the ball. Gefangen is at the end of the sentence. And this applies to all verbs in the Vergangenheit. To hit is schlagen. Ich schlage. Du schlägst. A into a umlaut. Sie, es schlägt. Wir schlagen. Ihr schlagt. And sie schlagen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geschlagen. Ich habe geschlagen. So as you can see, all the verbs that we had so far are with haben. Same thing with to wear. Tragen. Ich trage. Du trägst. Sie, es trägt. Wir tragen. Ihr tragt. And sie tragen. And the Vergangenheitsform is almost similar. You say, ich habe getragen. So it also ends with en. Ich habe getragen. Here, when I say to live, wohnen, I mean like to live in an apartment and not to live in general. So you say, I live in Vienna. Ich wohne in Wien. But if you want to say, I live happily, here you can't use this verb. So here you have to be a bit careful. Ich wohne. Du wohnst. SCS wohnt. Wir wohnen. Ihr wohnt. And sie wohnen. And the Vergangenheitsform is ich habe gewohnt. Ich habe gewohnt. To send in German has many words. You have senden and also schicken. For now, we are going to focus on schicken. Ich schicke. Du schickst. SCS schickt. Wir schicken. Ihr schickt. And sie schicken. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geschickt. Ich habe geschickt. The verb can is können. Können. And this verb is a bit different. You start with ich kann. Du kannst. SCS kann. You see, it's completely different. However, in the second part, it's a bit normal. Because you say wir können, ihr könnt, and sie können. So the first three forms are the ones that are different. Kann, kannst, and kann. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe gekonnt. Ich habe gekonnt. Now, in the present, if you use this verb with other verbs, the second verb is going to be at the end of the sentence. For example, I can cook. Ich kann kochen. Or I can play football. Ich kann Fußball spielen. So the second verb is going to be at the end of the sentence. And in the Vergangenheit, if you want to say, I was able to play football, you say, ich habe Fußball spielen gekonnt. Ich habe Fußball spielen gekonnt. So the Vergangenheitsform from the verb können is going to be at the end of the sentence, right after the second verb, spielen. Ich habe Fußball spielen gekonnt. And the same thing applies to mögen, which means to like. The first 3 forms are different, and then you are back to the normal forms. Ich mag, du magst, LCS mag, just like the form with ich. Wir mögen, ihr mögt, and sie mögen. And in the Vergangenheit you say ich habe gemocht. And again, if you want to add an extra verb, in the present it would be ich mag Fußball spielen. Let's stay with the same sentence. Ich mag Fußball spielen. Or ich habe Fußball spielen gemocht. I liked to play football. Again, the same thing goes with to want. Wollen. Ich will. Du willst. LCS will. Wir wollen. Ihr wollt. And sie wollen. In the Vergangenheit, you say ich habe gewollt. Ich habe gewollt. And yes, you say ich habe Fußball spielen gewollt. I wanted to play football. Ich habe Fußball spielen gewollt. And by the way, all those verbs like can, like, want, should, must, those are called Modalverben in German. And all those verbs are allowed to have second verbs with them. I like to play. I can play. I should play. I want to play. You see? And this is have to or must. And yes, it's the same here. The first 3 forms are a bit different than the others. Ich muss. Du musst. Be careful. Muss is already written with 2 S's. Therefore, you don't have to add an extra S in du. LCS is just like ich muss. Back to wir müssen, ihr müsst, and sie müssen. Be careful to the O-Umlaut. In der Vergangenheit, you say ich habe gemusst. Ich habe gemusst. To lose is verlieren. This verb is normal. Ich verliere. Du verlierst. LCS verliert. Wir verlieren. Ihr verliert. And sie verlieren. Imperfect, you say ich habe verloren. Ich habe verloren. To watch TV, for example, is schauen. Ich schaue. Du schaust. Sie, es schaut. Wir schauen. Ihr schaut. And sie schauen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geschaut. Ich habe geschaut. To hear is hören. Ich höre. Du hörst. Sie, es hört. Wir hören. Ihr hört. And sie hören. As you can see, this verb could be a perfect exercise for you to learn how to pronounce the letter or umlaut, because it is literally in every single form. Even in the Vergangenheit, where you say, ich habe gehört. Ich habe gehört. Let's try to put it all together now. By answering the question, was haben Sie gestern gemacht? What did you do yesterday? Gemacht is the Vergangenheitsform of the verb machen. Do. You can start your answer by saying, gestern habe ich, and then list the things you did. Let's see. My answer is, gestern habe ich gegessen und dann bin ich zur Arbeit gegangen. What does this mean? Yesterday I ate and then I went to work. Zur Arbeit means to work. Ich war um 17:30 Uhr fertig. I was at 17:30 finished. Even though the word Uhr is at the end or after the numbers, when you say it, in this case you have to add Uhr between 17 and 30. 17:30 Uhr. Fertig means finished. Und bin nach Hause gekommen. And I came home. Ich habe Fernsehen geschaut und Sport gemacht. I watched TV and did sports. In the second part of the sentence, und Sport gemacht, you don't have to add another habe, because it's already written in the first part of the sentence. Ich habe Fernsehen geschaut und Sport gemacht. Ich habe Abendessen gekocht, ein Buch gelesen und bin ins Bett gegangen. I cooked dinner, read a book, and went to bed. For ein Buch gelesen, as I said, you don't have to add habe because of the first part of the sentence. However, you have to add bin ins Bett gegangen. Here you have to write bin because the verb gegangen takes sein and not haben, and vice versa. Another exercise. Read those verbs and try to translate them with the correct endings. Let's see together. I forgot. Ich habe vergessen. She watched. Sie hat geschaut. They did. Sie haben gemacht. You hoped. Du hast gehofft. We found. Wir haben gefunden. And you listened. Du hast gehört. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Until then, bye-bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. Today, we are going to talk about different things, different sentences. However, they are going to be in the past tense. Sätze in der Vergangenheit. Sätze in der Vergangenheit. Let's start with some vocabulary. Words that you might need to build a sentence in the Vergangenheit, such as yesterday, is gestern. Gestern. The day before yesterday is vorgestern. Vorgestern. And vor in this case means before. So it makes sense. The word the day in general means der Tag. der Tag. Something like 2 days ago is vor 2 Tagen. For, which is replacing ago in this case. Vor 2 Tagen. And it goes like this. Vor 3 Tagen, vor 4 Tagen, and so on. As you can see here, 3 days ago would be vor 3 Tagen. Vor 3 Tagen. The week is die Woche. Die Woche. And if you want to say a week ago, you say vor einer Woche. Vor einer, with an R at the end, Woche. And then back to vor 2 Wochen. 2 weeks ago. Vor 2 Wochen. A month ago is vor einem Monat. Vor einem Monat. The reason why you have to add an M to einem in this case and not R, just like vor einer Woche, is because Woche is a feminine word, die Woche, and Monat is not a feminine word. For now, this is all you have to know. We are going to discuss this more specifically in the next course. So I would recommend for you to learn those sentences and words as they are. As you can see here, the month is masculine. Der Monat. Der Monat. As you can see here, 4 months ago is vor 4 Monaten. Vor 4 Monaten. A year ago is vor einem Jahr. Vor einem Jahr. Again, the word Jahr is not feminine, therefore you say einem. Vor einem Jahr. See? Das Jahr is the year. Das Jahr. Something like 7 years ago, vor 7 Jahren. Vor 7 Jahren. Last week, however, is letzte Woche. Letzte Woche. And letzte means last, obviously. Talking about the week, let's dive into the weekdays, starting with Monday. Montag. Montag. Dienstag. Dienstag, Mittwoch, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Donnerstag, Freitag, Freitag, Samstag, Samstag, and Sunday is Sonntag, Sonntag. As you can see, just like the English words, the other part of the word is always the same. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And in German it's also like this. Montag, Dienstag. Except for Mittwoch, obviously. By the way, Mittwoch literally means the middle of the week. And then back to Donnerstag, Freitag, and so on. If you want to say last Tuesday, you say letzten Dienstag. Letzten Dienstag. The same as in last month. Letzten Monat. Letzten Monat. But remember, you say letzte Woche without the N. And letztes Jahr means last week. Those differences at the ends in the word letzte, whether it's letztes or letzten, it's because the gender of the word is different. Again, don't think about it too much for now. Those things are going to come in the next course. Last year is letztes Jahr. If you want to describe something happened to you when you were a kind, for example, you say, als ich ein Kind war, when I was a child. Als ich ein Kind war. And then you add the sentence you want to say. Another way of saying this would be when I was young. Als ich jung war. Als ich jung war. You can also say when I was a teenager. Als ich Teenager war. Als ich Teenager war. Or you can add the specific age by saying when I was 18, for example. Als ich 18 Jahre alt war. Als ich 18 Jahre alt war. 18 Jahre alt means literally 18 years old. Let's exercise. A question for you. Was haben Sie vor 2 Tagen gemacht? What did you do 2 days ago? You can start your answer by saying, vor 2 Tagen habe ich, and then say what you want to say. A possible answer could be: Vor 2 Tagen bin ich mit einem Freund ins Kino gegangen. Wir sind zusammen zu einem Restaurant gegangen. Und dann bin ich nach Hause gegangen. So let's break it through. 2 days ago, I went with my friend to the cinema. And yes, if you want to say I go to the cinema, it's always going to be ins Kino. Ins Kino. It's never changeable. We went together to a restaurant. Zusammen means together. Und dann bin ich nach Hause gegangen, and then I went home. Dann means then. How about you? What did you write? If you wrote something simpler than this, that's completely fine. I'm trying to write such sentences so that you have a sense how to build more complicated sentences in German in the future. But for now, simple sentences are going to work just fine. Let's try it again. However, this time, was haben Sie als Kind immer gemacht? What did you do as a child all the time or always? And immer means always. Start your sentence with: Als ich ein Kind war, bin ich immer . A possible answer could be: Als ich ein Kind war, bin ich immer mit meinen Eltern zum Park gegangen. Aber ich habe auch gerne Fußball gespielt. When I was a child, I went always to the park with my parents. But I like to play football too. Ich habe auch gerne Fußball gespielt. When you add gerne to a sentence, this means that you like to do this. This is an extra word for you. Now, let's go through the new words one more time. Starting with gestern. Vor 2 Tagen. Vorgestern. Letzte Woche. Letzten Dienstag. Letztes Jahr. Montag. Dienstag, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag, Samstag, and Sonntag. And that was the end of this lesson. Great job! I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Until then, bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. However, before we do so, let's go through the old words one more time. Gestern. Vor 2 Tagen. Vorgestern. Letzte Woche. Letzten Dienstag. Letztes Jahr. Montag. Dienstag. Mittwoch. Donnerstag. Freitag. Samstag. And Sonntag. Today we are going to practice. We are going to go through the things we learned in the last couple of lessons. So let's start. Let's start with something simple. Read those verbs and translate them based on the pronouns they are in. So let's see. I watched. Ich habe geschaut. She had. Sie hat gehabt. They wrote. Sie haben geschrieben. You cooked. Ihr habt gekocht. We did. Wir haben gemacht. He ran is either ist gelaufen or ist gerannt. Both verbs are correct. And finally, I played. Ich habe gespielt. If you think that you had too many mistakes, I would recommend for you to go to the old lessons, see them again, and make sure you are on board. If you are doing fine, let's continue. Those are the starters of some sentences. Als ich 16 Jahre alt war, when I was 16 years old, gestern, yesterday, das letzte Jahr, the last year, or last year, but Germans like to add das. And finally, again, als ich klein war, when I was a child. Try to continue those sentences. Write something that might have happened. So let's see. A possible answer could be, als ich 16 Jahre alt war, bin ich jeden Tag zur Schule gegangen. When I was 16 years old, I went to school every day. As you can see here, the reason why you write first bin and then ich instead of ich bin is because this sentence is a secondary sentence. And in German, when you have a secondary sentence, the verb is going to be the first word, and then comes the subject, ich. So the main sentence is, als ich 16 Jahre alt war. And then you add your secondary sentence by changing the subject and the verb. The second sentence, gestern habe ich eine Pizza gegessen. Yesterday, I ate a pizza. The reason why you change between habe and ich in this case is going to be discussed in the next lesson. Same as the third sentence, where it says, das letzte Jahr bin ich in der Universität gewesen. Last year, I was in the university. And finally, als ich klein war, habe ich immer mit meinem Bruder gespielt. This sentence is the same as the first one. You have the main sentence and the secondary sentence. And in the secondary one, you change between the verb and the subject. Habe ich instead of ich habe. Now, in front of you, there are 5 sentences. Each sentence has 2 possible answers. Read the sentence and try to choose the correct one. Those are the correct answers. Now let's see why. Gestern habe ich meinen Onkel gesehen. So the verb is gesehen, that comes from the verb sehen. See. And you already know that this verb takes the verb haben and not bin or sein. The second sentence. Als ich 13 war, habe ich Schule nicht gemocht. Again, the verb here is mögen. Mögen means to like, and like takes the verb haben. However, letztes Jahr bin ich nach Wien gefahren. Last year, I drove to Vienna. Gefahren comes from the verb fahren, which takes the form sein in der Vergangenheit. And finally, ich habe in Amerika vor 2 Jahren gespielt. I played in America 2 years ago. Gespielt is from spielen and it takes habe. Let's try something easier. Try to translate this sentence. When I was 14, I had many friends. Many means viele, by the way. On Wednesday and on Sunday, we played basketball together. And together means zusammen. Zusammen. Try to translate it. Als ich 14 war, habe ich viele Freunde gehabt. Am Mittwoch und am Sonntag haben wir zusammen Basketball gespielt. Als ich 14 war, habe ich. And you say habe ich because this is a secondary sentence. Try it again. Yesterday, I went to the mall and I bought 2 coats and a scarf. It's cold. And scarf means Schal. Schal. Gestern war ich im Einkaufszentrum und habe 2 Jacken und einen Schal gekauft. Es ist kalt. Und habe 2 Jacken. Here you don't have to add another ich because you already have ich mentioned at the beginning. You could also say it, but it doesn't matter actually. Both options are fine. Back to the questions. Was hast du letztes Wochenende gemacht? What did you do last weekend? You can start your sentence with letztes Wochenende and then say what you want to say. A possible answer could be letztes Wochenende war ich im Park. Ich bin 3 Stunden gefahren. Es ist ein toller Tag gewesen. What does this mean? Last weekend, I was in the park. I drove for 3 hours. It was a cool day or an amazing day. Again, welcher Sport hast du mehr als Kind gemocht? Which sport did you like more as a kid? The answer could start with als Kind habe ich, as a child, I, als Kind habe ich Tennis gemocht, aber ich habe Tanzen nicht gemocht. As a child, I liked tennis, but I didn't like dancing. So if you want to make a sentence negative, you have to add the word nicht. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start with our new lesson for today. Today, we are going to talk about the word war, which comes from the verb sein. War is also a past form of the verb sein. So in case sein means is in English, war would mean was. This form is used more often in German. You already know the one with ist gewesen, right? Ist gewesen and war are almost the same meaning. However, people use war more often. For example, if you want to say, when I was a kid, you say, als ich ein Kind war. Als means when, and Kind means a kid or a child. Als ich ein Kind war, when I was a child, or when I was a kid. Another sentence like, I was tired, ich war müde. Ich war müde. Or this book was good. Das Buch war gut. Das Buch war gut. You can use, of course, both of those forms, ist gewesen or war. But war, as I said, comes more often. And I think it's even easier to learn, right? However, this is also a verb, which means we have to change it depending on the pronoun. So, ich would be war. Ich war. But du warst. Du warst. RCS war, just like ich. RCS war. Wir waren. Wir waren. Ihr wart. Ihr wart. And sie waren. Sie waren. And that was it. And they all mean the same thing. I was, he was, we were, and so on. There is another word that you should know. If you want to say there is or there are, like for example, there are a lot of children. In German, you say es gibt. And you use es gibt regardless of you are talking about one object or many objects. There is and there are both es gibt. However, if you want to say this in the past tense, you say es gab, which means there was or there were. Es gibt, es gab. Therefore, you can say that you only have to learn this verb in this form with this pronoun. Now, moving on from grammar, let's talk about the weather. However, in the past. Das Wetter in der Vergangenheit. Das Wetter in der Vergangenheit. Let's start with some sentences. Like, yesterday was cold. Gestern war kalt. Gestern war kalt. You could say, gestern ist kalt gewesen. But the easier plus more common one is gestern war kalt. The opposite would be gestern war heiß, right? Yesterday was hot. Gestern war heiß. Last summer was very hot. Letzter Sommer war sehr heiß. Letzter Sommer war sehr heiß. Letzter means last, and you add sehr to show that the weather was extremely or very hot. Sehr heiß. A similar sentence, yesterday the weather was really nice. Gestern war das Wetter sehr schön. Gestern war das Wetter sehr schön. Now, you have two possible ways to say this sentence. You could either say gestern and then add the verb, and then your subject, which is das Wetter, or you can switch between das Wetter and gestern. So you say, das Wetter war gestern sehr schön. What does this tell us? Well, this means that in German, sometimes the sentences could be structured in another way, where the subject is not the first word, but the third word, for example. And this is okay in German. However, the verb should always be in the second place, or before your subject in this case. Gestern war das Wetter sehr schön, or das Wetter war gestern sehr schön. It rained 3 days ago. Es hat vor 3 Tagen geregnet. Es, which means it, hat vor 3 Tagen geregnet. The verb to rain in the Vergangenheit is geregnet, and it takes the verb haben. Vor means ago. Vor 3 Tagen. 3 days ago. It snowed last week. Letzte Woche hat es geschneit. Letzte Woche hat es geschneit. Again, here you can switch between letzte Woche and the subject, es. So you could either say, es hat letzte Woche geschneit, or letzte Woche hat es geschneit. So in German, it's really easy to switch between words and play with your sentences. It actually makes fun when you get used to it. It was windy last month. Es war windig letzten Monat. Es war windig, which means windy, letzten Monat. try to switch in this sentence. And by that I mean try to say the sentence in another way. Letzten Monat war es windig. Correct. So as you can see, when you switch a sentence, usually the word you switch your subject with is something that tells you when the sentence happened. Last month, last week, today, yesterday, and so on. So you're not allowed to switch between every two words. There were many storms 2 years ago. Vor 2 Jahren gab es viele Stürme. Vor 2 Jahren gab es viele Stürme. So the verb here is es gab. There were, right? And I've switched between es and vor 2 Jahren. Therefore, I can easily also say es gab vor 2 Jahren viele Stürme, right? The weather was always nice last autumn. Das Wetter war im letzten Herbst immer schön. Das Wetter war im letzten Herbst, which means in the last autumn, immer schön. Im means in this case. It was always sunny last week. Letzte Woche war es immer sonnig. Again, we are switching, right? Letzte Woche war es immer sonnig. Or, es war letzte Woche immer sonnig. It was very cloudy. Es war sehr wolkig. Es war sehr wolkig. As you can see, here you are not actually able to switch between anything because you don't have a word that tells you the time of the sentence. Es war sehr wolkig is the only way to say this sentence. The weather was mild. Das Wetter war mild. Das Wetter war mild. Again, this is the only way to say this sentence. Let's try to exercise. I have a question for you. Wie war das Wetter vor 2 Tagen? Wie war das Wetter vor 2 Tagen? You could start your answer with vor 2 Tagen. However, you have to be careful when does the verb come and when does the subject come. So, try to answer it. possible answer could be vor 2 Tagen war es kalt. First comes war and then the subject es. Nass und es hat geregnet. Vor 2 Tagen war es kalt, nass und es hat geregnet. Easy, right? Let's try it again. Wie war das Wetter im letzten Sommer? Wie war das Wetter im letzten Sommer? A possible answer could be letzten Sommer war es sehr heiß. Aber manchmal, but sometimes, manchmal means sometimes, hat es auch geregnet. But sometimes, it did also rain. So in this sentence, for example, you have manchmal, which is a word that tells us when the sentence happened. And then you have hat es. So again, you switch between es and manchmal. However, the verb hat stays put. And you already know that geregnet is going to be at the end of the sentence, no matter what. The second sentence is zum Glück, which means luckily. Zum Glück habe ich zu Hause eine Klimaanlage. Zum Glück is one of those exceptions that you could use to switch between the subject and the word. There are a couple of those, and zum Glück is one of them. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. Today we are going to talk about shopping. However, it's going to be mostly in the past. Einkaufen in der Vergangenheit. Einkaufen in der Vergangenheit. So let's start. The first word is Schuhladen, which means shoe store. Schuhladen. Something like a pair of shoes is Paar Schuhe. Paar Schuhe. You can also say ein Paar Schuhe. Ein is replacing a pair of shoes in this case. ein Paar Schuhe. Sport store is Sportgeschäft. Sportgeschäft. And as you know, Geschäft and Laden both mean store. Sportgeschäft. Bakery is die Bäckerei. Die Bäckerei. A butchery is die Metzgerei. Die Metzgerei. Fish shop is Fischgeschäft. Fischgeschäft. Leather is das Leder. Das Leder. Plastic is das Plastik. Das Plastik. Handmade is handgemacht. Handgemacht. Made is the Vergangenheitsform from the verb make, right? And in German, make means machen. And the Vergangenheitsform from machen is gemacht. So it's handgemacht. If you want to say made in Germany, you can say hergestellt in Deutschland or gemacht in Deutschland. But hergestellt means produced. Hergestellt in Deutschland. Local product is lokales Produkt. Lokales Produkt. Something like cake of the day is der Kuchen des Tages. Der Kuchen des Tages. Why you say des Tages? This is something that we are going to discuss in the next course. So don't worry about it for now. Apple pie is Apfelstrudel. And actually Apfelstrudel is a very, very known Austrian dessert. So if you are in Austria, try Apfelstrudel. It's a must. Biscuits are Kekse. Kekse. Let's try some verbs now. Starting with the verb to try, like to try something on. The verb to try means versuchen, and it's a normal verb. So let's see how we can use it. Ich versuche. Du versuchst. Sie, es versucht. Wir versuchen. Ihr versucht. And sie versuchen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe versucht. Ich habe versucht. Again with the verb to buy, which is kaufen. Ich kaufe. Du kaufst. Sie, es kauft. Sie kaufen. Ihr kauft. And sie kaufen. And in der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe gekauft. Ich habe gekauft. Now, let's practice. Those are some of those questions that I might ask you. And your job is to write a fitting answer to them. So read the questions, translate them, and find a fitting answer. So let's see. The first question is, wo sind Sie heute gewesen? Which means, where were you today? Sind gewesen comes from the verb sein. Remember? An answer could be, ich bin in den Schuhladen gegangen. I went to the shoe store. Haben Sie etwas gekauft? Did you buy something? Etwas means something. An answer could be ein paar Lederschuhe. A pair of leather shoes. And then I ask you, wie viel war es? How much was it? And you say something like 50 Euro. 50 euros. Let's try it again. The first question is, warst du gestern in der Bäckerei? Hast du etwas gekauft? Were you yesterday in the bakery? Did you buy something? The answer could be ja. Und ich habe ein paar Kekse gekauft. Yes, and I bought a couple of cookies or biscuits. Lecker. Welche Kekse? Lecker means delicious or yummy in this case. Welche Kekse? I'm asking about the type of the biscuits. What kind of biscuits? And you say something like Schokolade. And I say sehr gut, which means very good. How are you doing? Now let's go through the new words. Schuhgeschäft. Ein paar Schuhe. Sportgeschäft. Bäckerei. Metzgerei. Fischgeschäft. Leder. Plastik. Handgemacht. Hergestellt in Deutschland. Lokales Produkt. Kuchen des Tages. Apfelstrudel. And finally, Kekse. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, I hope it was helpful, and I will see you next time. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. But before we do, let's go through the old words one more time. Schuhgeschäft. Ein paar Schuhe. Sportgeschäft. Bäckerei. Metzgerei. Fischgeschäft. Leder. Plastik. Handgemacht. Hergestellt in Deutschland. Lokales Produkt. Kuchen des Tages. Apfelstrudel. And finally, Kekse. Let's start. Today, we are going to talk about sports. However, we are going to talk about it in the past. Sports in der Vergangenheit. Sports in der Vergangenheit. Let's start with some basic vocabulary. A field is das Feld. Das Feld. You can say, for example, football field, das Fußballfeld. Das Fußballfeld. Tennisfield, das Tennisfeld. Das Tennisfeld. Gym is das Fitnessstudio. Das Fitnessstudio. In this word you have 3 S's. 2 of them belong to the word fitness. And the third one is for the word studio. Fitness studio. Something like weightlifting is Gewicht heben. Gewicht heben. Gewicht means weight, and the verb lifting or lift means heben. Aerobics in German is the same as in English. Aerobic. The same goes for the word yoga. Yoga. Again with Pilates. Pilates. And again with the word training. The German version of it is Training. So you only have to roll your R. Training. Stretching is die Dehnung. Die Dehnung. Can you figure out how the verb from the word Dehnung would be? That's right. It's dehnen. Locker room is die Umkleidekabine. Die Umkleidekabine. Showers is die Dusche. Die Dusche. A personal trainer is der Personaltrainer. So it's similar, but you have to roll your R one more time. Der Personaltrainer. And the A in personal is more obvious than the English version. Personal. Personaltrainer. A gym card is die Fitnessstudio-Karte. So you are literally building the word. Die Fitnessstudio-Karte. And yes, usually such words are written in this way. The word membership is die Mitgliedschaft. Die Mitgliedschaft. Mitgliedschaft. Let's see how we can use the verb to lift. Heben. Starting with ich hebe. Du hebst. Sie es hebt. Wir heben. Ihr hebt. And sie heben. As you can see, the verb heben sounds similar to the verb haben. However, the differences are very important. To lift and to have. So be careful. In the Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe gehoben. Even though the verb to lift might sound something like you have to move in it, you still use haben with this verb in the Vergangenheit. So it's ich habe gehoben. Üben means to practice, and you already know this one. Let's see how we can use this verb when talking about sports or in life in general. Ich übe. Du übst. Sie es übt. Wir üben. Ihr übt. And sie üben. As you can see and hear, you really have to be careful how you pronounce O-Umlaut. Üben. And finally, ich habe geübt is the Vergangenheitsform. Ich habe geübt. Now, let's practice. I'm going to ask you 2 questions and you have to answer them. Read those questions, try to translate them, and answer with simple sentences. Let's see. The first question is, wann bist du diese Woche ins Fitnessstudio gegangen? Can you figure out what the question means? When did you go to the gym this week? Exactly. A possible answer could be, ich bin am Montag und Freitag gegangen. I went on Monday and Friday. And as you can see, on Monday is am Montag. So the word am is replacing on. Don't forget it. The other question is, was hast du dort gemacht? And as you can see, the word dort means there. Dort is there and da means here. Was hast du dort gemacht? What did you do there? And the answer could be, ich habe am Montag Yoga gemacht und am Freitag Gewichtheben. I did yoga on Monday and I lifted weights on Friday. Or I did weightlifting. This is another exercise. You have 4 sentences with 2 possible answers for each sentence. Read the sentence and try to choose the correct answer. So let's see. The first sentence, gestern habe ich Pilates gemacht. Yesterday, I did Pilates. Here you have to choose between habe and war. However, you already know that the verb gemacht always takes haben. Therefore, habe is the correct form. Bist du als Kind ins Fußballcamp gegangen? Did you go to the football camp as a child? You know that the verb gegangen comes from the verb gehen. And you know that gehen takes sein and not haben. Therefore, the correct answer is the first one. And you also know that gegangen should be the last word in the sentence. So the correct sentence would be, bist du als Kind ins Fußballcamp gegangen? Letztes Jahr habe ich 40 Kilogramm gehoben. Here you have to choose between the present or the past tense. However, you have letztes Jahr at the beginning of the sentence, which means last year. And this says that the sentence is in the Vergangenheit. So you use habe ich gehoben and not habe ich. And again, gehoben would be at the end of the sentence. Letztes Jahr habe ich 40 Kilogramm gehoben. And the last sentence, Marco hat Fußball gemocht or Marco hat Fußball geliebt. As you can see, both of those options are correct. The first one says that Marco likes football, and the other one says that Marco loves football. Now let's go through the new words one more time. Feld, Fußballfeld, Tennisfeld, Fitnessstudio, Gewichtheben, Aerobic, Training, Umkleidekabine, Trainer, Mitgliedskarte, Mitgliedschaft, and that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Before we start with this lesson, let's go through the old words one more time. Feld, Fußballfeld, Tennisfeld, Fitnessstudio, Gewichtheben, Aerobic, Training, Umkleidekabine, Trainer, Mitgliedskarte, and finally Mitgliedschaft. Mitgliedschaft. So let's start. Today we are going to talk about injuries in general. The word injury itself means Verletzung. Verletzung. And the plural form is Verletzungen. Verletzungen. The word pain in German means der Schmerz. Der Schmerz. If you want to say something like it hurts, you say es tut weh. Es tut weh. A wound is die Wunde. Die Wunde. A cut is der Schnitt. Der Schnitt. Bone is der Knochen. Der Knochen. And the word bone is one of those words in German where the singular form as well as the plural form are exactly the same. So you say der Knochen, Bone, or for bones you say die Knochen. The word stays exactly the same, except the article, of course. As you can see here, Bones is die Knochen. Die Knochen. The word skin in German means die Haut. Die Haut. And blood is das Blut. Das Blut. A bandage is der Verband. Der Verband. The verb to bleed is bluten. Bluten, which comes from the noun Blut, blood. Bluten. And to break your bones or to break something in general. Brechen. Brechen. Let's see how we can use this verb. Starting with ich. Ich breche. Du brichst. So the E is now an I. Sie, es bricht. And then back to the normal form. Wir brechen. Ihr brecht. Sie brechen. And this verb in the Vergangenheit is ich habe gebrochen. Ich habe gebrochen. And gebrochen would always be the last word in the sentence. Let's do the same thing with bluten. Ich blute. Du blutest. So this verb is normal. Sie, es blutet. Wir bluten. Ihr blutet. And sie bluten. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geblutet. Ich habe geblutet. To hurt is verletzen. Verletzung is injury and verletzen is to hurt. You can use this verb if you want to say, I'm hurting someone. However, if you want to say, I am hurt, you say, ich bin verletzt. Ich bin verletzt. So you change the verb verletzen and turn it into an adjective. Ich bin verletzt. And you can use this adjective with other pronouns, such as du bist verletzt, you are hurt, and so on. However, let's see how we can use this verb verletzen first. Ich verletze. Du verletzt. So there isn't an S because you have Z. and you can't write Z and S after each other. Therefore, the du form and the SES form are the same. Du verletzt, SES verletzt. Wir verletzen, back to the normal. Ihr verletzt, again. And finally, Sie verletzen. And in the Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe verletzt. Ich habe verletzt. If you want to say to cut oneself, you use the verb sich schneiden. Sich schneiden. And here you have to change both of those words. The verb schneiden and sich, based on your pronoun. This is being explained here better. Let's start with ich. Ich schneide mich means I cut myself. Ich schneide mich. Du schneidest dich. Sie, es schneidet sich. Wir schneiden uns. Ihr schneidet euch. And sie schneiden sich. So as you can see, the verb schneiden is going to be written as you already do. However, you have to also learn how to use the word sich. This word is also going to change based on your pronoun. For ich, you say mich. For du, you say dich. And so on. So it's actually important to know how to use the word sich in a sentence as well. The word sich stays exactly the same in the Vergangenheit. Ich is always mich. Du is always dich. And so on. So you say, for example, ich habe mich geschnitten. Ich habe mich geschnitten. So mich comes between habe and geschnitten. In other words, the verb haben comes first and then geschnitten comes last. And in between come everything you want to say. For example, ich habe mich mit der Schere geschnitten. I cut myself with scissors. Let's try to exercise. A question for you. Welche Verletzungen haben Sie in der Vergangenheit gehabt? You can answer using those sentences. Ich habe meine bla 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 gebrochen. Or ich habe meine bla 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 verletzt. Or you can build your own sentence with ich habe meine and then add whatever you want to say. Try it. One of the possible answers is Ich habe meine Knochen gebrochen. Ich habe meine Knochen gebrochen. I broke my bones. Ich habe meine Augen verletzt. Ich habe meine Augen verletzt. I've hurt my eyes. And finally, ich habe meine Haut geschnitten. Ich habe meine Haut geschnitten. In such a sentence, it's not actually necessary to use the word sich. It depends on the sentence itself. Here, you are already mentioning that you've cut your own skin. So it doesn't make sense if you say, I've cut my skin myself, right? Now let's go through the words. Verletzung, Schmerz, es tut weh, schneiden, Knochen in singular and Knochen in plural. Haut, Blut, Verband or Pflaster. Pflaster is another word to say bandage. Bluten, brechen, sich verletzen, sich schneiden, and finally, verletzt sein. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye! Welcome back to a new lesson. Willkommen! Before we start, let's go through the old words one more time. Verletzung, Schmerz, es tut weh, schneiden, Knochen, Haut, Blut, Verband or Pflaster, bluten, brechen, sich verletzen, sich schneiden, and finally, verletzt sein. Let's start with our new lesson. Starting with the sentence or the verb to meet up with friends. Sich mit Freunden zu treffen. You can also use this verb without zu, so it's only sich mit Freunden treffen. And when using this verb, you have to change two things. You have to change the verb based on your pronoun, and you have to change the word sich. As you can see here, starting with the pronoun ich treffe mich. Du triffst dich. Sie, es trifft sich. Wir treffen uns. Ihr trefft euch. Und sie treffen sich. So, if you want to say, for example, I'm meeting up with James, you say, ich treffe mich mit James. And the same thing goes with every pronoun. If you say, for example, she is meeting up with Peter, sie trifft sich mit Peter. And this goes on and on. But for now, the most common one is going to be wir treffen uns, which means we are meeting up. And the final form, in der Vergangenheit, ich bin getroffen. Ich bin getroffen. But for now, we are going to focus on the present form. Another verb that could be useful is to spend time with friends. Zeit mit Freunden verbringen. Zeit mit Freunden verbringen. Let's see how you can use this verb. Here you only have to change the word verbringen itself. Ich verbringe. Du verbringst. Sie, es verbringt. Wir verbringen. Ihr verbringt. Und sie verbringen. As you can see, the verb verbringen comes from the verb bringen, which means bring. However, the meaning of verbringen and bringen is completely different. So be careful here. And finally, the verb in the Vergangenheit is ich habe verbraucht. So it's the same as bringen in the Vergangenheit, but with verbraucht. To go out, in general, you say ausgehen. 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 So it comes from the verb gehen plus aus, which means out. And when you use this verb, you put the first part of this verb, which is aus, at the end of the sentence. As you can see here, ich gehe aus. Du gehst aus. Sie, es geht aus. Wir gehen aus. Ihr geht aus. And sie gehen aus. So if you want to say, I'm going out with my friends, you say, ich gehe mit meinen Freunden aus. So aus is going to be at the end of the sentence. And it's always like this. However, if the sentence is in the Vergangenheit, it's a bit different. Because the verb is in the Vergangenheit, the second part, which is ausgegangen, would come at the end of the sentence. So you say, ich bin mit meinen Freunden ausgegangen. Ausgegangen. So it's the Vergangenheitsform from the verb gehen, gegangen, plus aus. Ausgegangen. Ich bin mit meinen Freunden ausgegangen. The pub in German could either be die Bar, which is the common one, or das Pub. But usually almost everyone say die Bar. Disco in German is the same as in English. Die Disco. Die Disco. Again with party, it's exactly the same word. Die Party. Die Party. The beach, however, is different. In German you say der Strand. Der Strand. A question like, what time shall we meet? In German is either wie viel Uhr sollen wir uns treffen? Wie viel Uhr means at what time. Sollen is the verb should. Uns treffen is the wir form from the verb sich treffen. Remember? Wie viel Uhr sollen wir uns treffen? And because you have two verbs in this question, which are sollen and treffen, the second verb is always going to be at the end of the sentence. Another way of saying this question is, wann sollen wir uns treffen? When should we meet up? Wann sollen wir uns treffen? An even shorter way of saying this question would be, wann treffen wir uns? So it's the same, but only using one verb, the verb treffen. Wann treffen wir uns? To ask where shall we meet is wo sollen wir uns treffen? Wo sollen wir uns treffen? If you want to say I'm in when talking about a project, for example, or a plan, you say Ich bin dabei. I'm in. Ich bin dabei. Something like see you tonight is either bis heute Abend, bis heute Abend, which means see you tonight, or until tonight, or wir sehen uns heute Abend. Wir sehen uns, which means we will see each other, literally, heute Abend. And you can change this sentence based on what you want to say. For example, bis morgen, until tomorrow, and so on. If you can't do something, you can say, ich kann nicht. Ich kann nicht. As you remember, if you want to make a sentence negative, you only have to add the word nicht. A sentence like I have no plans is either ich habe keine Pläne, ich habe keine Pläne, which is literally translated into I have no plans, and keine is the word you add to also make a sentence negative. But here you are making the word Pläne negative. It's like no plans. Or you can say, ich habe nichts vor. I have nothing. Ich habe nichts vor. Nichts means nothing. Be careful. Nichts with an S at the end. And nicht is the way to make a sentence negative. Nicht, nichts. There is a big difference. Let's try to exercise. This is a dialogue between you and me. My lines are the black ones. And in between, you have to add the red lines that will fit the questions. So try it. Possible answer is, Hallo, gehen wir heute Abend aus? Ja, ich bin dabei. Um wie viel Uhr treffen wir uns? Um 22 Uhr. Okay, wo treffen wir uns? Vor dem Pub. Super. Wir sehen uns heute Abend. Bis heute Abend. So, What does this dialogue mean? Hey, are we going out today? Yes, I'm in. When should we meet? At 10 o'clock. Okay. Where are we meeting? In front of the pub. Super. See you tonight? See you tonight. Easy, right? Let's try it again. Read the black lines, try to translate them, and then write the fitting answers. Let's see. Hallo, sind Sie am Wochenende ausgegangen? Ja, ich bin mit meinem Fußballfreunden ausgegangen. Wo sind Sie gegangen? Zur Disco am Strand. Ich war noch nie dort. Können wir morgen zusammen gehen? Ja, natürlich. Okay, now let's translate. Hey, did you go out this weekend? Yes, I went out with my football friends. Where did you go? To the disco at the beach. I was never there. Noch nie dort means never there. Dort means there and nie means never. Können wir morgen zusammen gehen? Can we go together tomorrow? Ja, natürlich means yes, of course. Now, to finish, let's go through the new words one more time. Sich treffen. Verbringen. Ausgehen. Bar or pub. Disco. Party. Strand. Ich kann nicht. Ich habe nichts vor. Um wie viel Uhr sollen wir uns treffen? Wo sollen wir uns treffen? Ich bin dabei and bis heute Abend. Great job! That was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it and I will see you next time. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. Before we start, let's go through the things we learned from our last lesson one more time. Sich treffen. Verbringen. Ausgehen. Bar or pub. Disco. Party. Strand. Ich kann nicht. Ich habe nichts vor. Um wie viel Uhr sollen wir uns treffen? Wo sollen wir uns treffen? Ich bin dabei and bis heute Abend. Good job. Today we are going to practice. We are going to build sentences, go through the things we learned from our last lessons. The first exercise is, you have to answer the question, wie war das Wetter gestern? Do you know what the question means? How was the weather yesterday? Try to answer this question. Write a couple of sentences and we are going to go through the answer or one of the correct answers in a moment. A possible correct answer is, gestern war es kalt und es hat geregnet. Ich bin den ganzen Tag zu Hause geblieben. Let's try to translate the answer. Yesterday was cold and it has rained. I stayed the entire day home. In this case, if you want to say I stayed home, you say zu Hause. Ich bin den ganzen Tag zu Hause geblieben. Den ganzen Tag means the whole day. Let's try to translate again. You have those 3 sentences. Try to translate them. Last summer, it was very hot. I drank cold water every day. And every means jeden. Now, which is jetzt, It's mild. I prefer when it doesn't rain. Let's go through the correct answer together. Letzten Sommer war es sehr heiß. Ich habe jeden Tag kaltes Wasser getrunken. Jetzt ist es mild. Ich mag es mehr, wenn es nicht regnet. The last sentence, ich mag es mehr, means literally, I like it more when it doesn't rain. Wenn means when, and mehr means more. How are you doing so far? Now, in front of you, you have a dialogue, or in other words, you have one part of the dialogue. The black lines are mine. In between, try to write a fitting answer. Haben Sie eine Mitgliedschaft im Fitnessstudio? Wann haben Sie begonnen? And then you answer. And I say, und wie viel haben Sie bezahlt? Bezahlt means paid. So the question means, and how much did you pay? You answer something, and I say, okay, es ist nicht teuer, which means expensive. So it's not expensive. Was machen Sie dort immer? What do you do there always? And then you answer with something. Try it. This is one of the many possible answers. Haben Sie eine Mitgliedschaft im Fitnessstudio? Wann haben Sie begonnen? Ja, ich habe letzten Monat begonnen. I started last month. Und wie viel haben Sie bezahlt? 45 Euro. Okay, es ist nicht teuer. Was machen Sie dort immer? Ich mache Pilates und Yoga. See? It's easy, right? For this exercise, you have 4 sentences. Each sentence has 2 possible answers. Read the sentence and try to choose the correct one. The correct answers are: Gestern habe ich einen Apfel gekauft. So you have to choose whether the sentence is in the Vergangenheit or not. And because you have gestern, which means yesterday, you know for a fact that the sentence is in the Vergangenheit. Therefore, you choose the first one. Habe ich gekauft. However, you already know that the second verb in the Vergangenheit, in this case it's gekauft, comes as the last word in the sentence. So the correct answer is: Gestern habe ich einen Apfel gekauft. Makes sense, right? The second one: Ich suche nach Lederschuhen. The sentence in English means I'm looking for leather shoes. Therefore, it doesn't make sense if you say Ich suche Lederschuhen. I'm looking leather shoes, right? Am Montag habe ich eine Bäckerei gesehen, not geschaut. Gesehen means look, and geschaut is watch. So it actually doesn't make a lot of sense to say, on Monday I watched a bakery, rather than on Monday I saw a bakery. And the last one: Ich habe ein paar Kekse gesessen or gegessen. So the sentence should be I ate some cookies. And you know that the verb eat is essen. And the Vergangenheitsform from essen is not gesessen, but gegessen. Gesessen, can you remember From which verb does the word gesessen come from? That's right, sitzen. And essen in der Vergangenheit is not gesessen, but gegessen. Let's continue. Again, back to the questions. Was war das Letzte, was Sie gekauft haben? The question translated is: Was war das Letzte, was Sie gekauft haben? What was the last thing that you bought? Try to answer. A possible answer is: Ich habe ein paar Lederschuhe und einen roten und gelben Schal gekauft. Try to translate this sentence. I bought a pair of leather shoes and a red and gelb scarf. Now try to translate again. Last year I broke the left foot. It was my first injury. First means erste. The correct answer is: Letztes Jahr habe ich meinen linken Fuß gebrochen. Es war meine erste Verletzung. You could either say, letztes Jahr habe ich meinen linken Fuß or den linken Fuß. I broke my left foot or I broke the left foot. Let's go back to the dialogue exercise. This time you are going to start. So read my answers and try to find the correct answers. possible answer is: Hallo, sollen wir heute Abend um 19 Uhr ausgehen? Hey, should we go out today at 7 o'clock? Ich bin dabei. Ich habe zu dieser Zeit nichts vor. Wohin gehen wir? I'm in. At that time, I have nothing to do. Where are we going to go? Gehen wir zu Déjà Vu? Let's go to Déjà Vu. Ich kenne den Ort nicht. Wo sollen wir uns treffen? I don't know that place. Where should we meet? Wir treffen uns vor meinem Haus. We meet in front of my home. Bis heute Abend. Until evening. Back to the translation. I went out with friends on Saturday and Friday. We met at the beach and we spent time together. The correct answer is: Ich bin am Samstag und Freitag mit Freunden ausgegangen. Wir haben uns am Strand getroffen und Zeit zusammen verbracht. To spend time is Zeit verbringen. And the Vergangenheitsform is haben or wir haben Zeit verbracht. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. Today we are going to talk about travel and at the same time about words and verbs that you could use. Travels is die Reisen. Die Reisen. And reisen at the same time is the verb to travel. Ich reise. I travel. And so on. So let's start. Let's start with something like train. Train in German means der Zug. Der Zug. A car is das Auto. Das Auto. And the plural form is only by adding an S. Die Autos. Auto, Autos. A bus is der Bus. Der Bus. A plane is das Flugzeug. Das Flugzeug. If you want to say you are going on foot, you say zu Fuß. Zu Fuß. A hotel is das Hotel. Das Hotel. A hostel is either das Hostel, just like the English word, or the German version is das Wohnheim. Das Wohnheim. The word country in German has two versions. You could either say das Land, or der Staat, der Staat with double A. However, the word city is die Stadt. Die Stadt. So you have der Staat, country, and die Stadt. The pronunciation could be a bit similar, so be careful. Let's continue with village. Village is das Dorf. Das Dorf. And the countryside is die Landschaft. Die Landschaft. The word far in German is weit. Weit. And if you want to say far from, you say weit von. Weit von. Near is neben. Neben. Such words are really useful, especially if you want to describe something where it is or where it stands. Expensive is teuer. Teuer. The opposite, cheap, is billig. Billig. The sentence to go by train is mit dem Zug fahren. Mit dem Zug fahren. And mit means with and not by, so be careful. And if you want to use this verb in a sentence, you could say something like Ich fahre mit dem Zug. I drive or I go by train, and so on. The other way to go by car is mit dem Auto fahren. Mit dem Auto fahren. And the reason why you write mit dem Auto instead of mit das Auto, we are going to discuss this in the next course. For now, learn the articles as they are. Mit dem Auto fahren. Ich fahre mit dem Auto. To go on foot is zu Fuß gehen. Zu Fuß gehen. Ich gehe zu Fuß. Du gehst zu Fuß. And so on. And to go by bus, mit dem Bus fahren. Mit dem Bus fahren. Ich fahre mit dem Bus. And to go by plane is either mit dem Flugzeug reisen, which means to travel by plane, or mit dem Flugzeug fliegen, which means to fly by plane. In German, you can't use the verb fahren with Flugzeug. You could either say I travel by plane or I fly by plane. Mit dem Flugzeug reisen. Mit dem Flugzeug fliegen. As I mentioned at the beginning of this lesson, to travel, the verb is reisen. Reisen. And as you know, to drive is fahren. Fahren. To check in a hotel, for example, you could say einchecken. Einchecken. If you say I want to check in, ich möchte einchecken. Ich möchte einchecken. And the same with check out. But instead of ein, you use aus. So it's auschecken instead of einchecken. Auschecken. To have fun, in general, means Spaß haben. Spaß, which means fun, and haben, which means to have. And if you use this word in a sentence, you say something like Ich habe Spaß. Du hast Spaß. So you only change the verb haben based on your pronoun. Let's do a quick exercise. The question is, was war deine Lieblingsreise? Lieblingsreise means your favorite trip. Sag uns, was du gemacht hast. Wie bist du dorthin gefahren? Now, the question means, what was your favorite trip? Tell us, what did you do? How did you go there? Dorthin means there. You could start your answer with meine Lieblingsreise war nach. My favorite trip was to. My answer is meine Lieblingsreise war nach Norwegen. Eine schöne Stadt. Ich habe viel Natur gesehen. Ich bin mit dem Flugzeug geflogen. So the answer translated is my favorite trip was to Norway, a beautiful country. I have seen a lot of nature. Viel means a lot. And finally, ich bin mit dem Flugzeug geflogen. I traveled by plane. Here you use the verb fliegen, but in the Vergangenheit. See? Now, let's go through the words one more time. Reisen, Zug, Auto, Bus, Flugzeug, zu Fuß, Hotel, Land, Stadt or Stadt, Landschaft, weit or weit von, neben, teuer, billig, reisen, fahren, einchecken, auschecken and Spaß haben. And that was the end of this lesson. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, bye-bye. Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. Before we start, let's go through the old words one more time. Reisen, Zug, Auto, Bus, Flugzeug, zu Fuß, Hotel, Land, Stadt or Stadt, Landschaft, weit and weit von, neben, teuer, billig, reisen, fahren, einchecken, auschecken, and finally, Spaß haben. For today, we are going to talk about how to take or make an appointment. Appointments, in plural, in German mean Termine. Termine. And the singular form is Termin. Termin. When talking about appointments, you could use at to specify a specific time, or on, like on a specific day of the week, and for, like the reason for your appointment. At in German is and on in this case is am, and for is für. So let's start. First, we are going to start with some basic vocabulary. Doctor in German is der Arzt. Der Arzt. Dentist is der Zahnarzt. Der Zahnarzt. And it continued like this. Augenarzt is your eye doctor. Ohrenarzt is your ears doctor, and so on. An office is das Büro. Das Büro. A meeting is das Treffen. But usually, when talking about appointments, you say the word die Besprechung instead of das Treffen. Das Treffen is more about a meeting between friends. But a kind of official meeting is die Besprechung. Die Besprechung. A hairdresser is der Friseur. Der Friseur. A visit in general is der Besuch. Der Besuch. A medical examination is medizinische Untersuchung. Medizinische Untersuchung. A beautician is either Cosmetica for the masculine form, Cosmetica, or Kosmetikerin. Kosmetikerin. To be available is verfügbar sein. Verfügbar sein. And you use the word verfügbar as an adjective, which means if you want to say I am available, then you say ich bin verfügbar. Du bist verfügbar, and so on. Something like the first available date is der erste verfügbare Termin. Der erste verfügbare Termin To make an appointment, you say einen Termin ausmachen. Einen Termin ausmachen. And if you want to say something like I want to make an appointment, you say ich möchte einen Termin ausmachen. Easy, right? Let's see how we can use some of those verbs, starting with visit. Ich besuche. Du besuchst. Sie, es besucht. Wir besuchen. Ihr besucht. And sie besuchen. And finally, for the Vergangenheit, you say ich habe besucht. Ich habe besucht. The verb ausmachen, to make an appointment, has two syllables or two parts in it. Therefore, you have to change the verb machen, depending on the pronoun, and the word aus, from ausmachen, is going to be the last part of the whole sentence. So you use this verb in the following way, for example. Ich mache aus. Du machst aus. Sie, es macht aus. Wir machen aus. Ihr macht aus. And sie machen aus. If you want to say, I make an appointment, you say, ich mache einen Termin aus. So as you can see, aus is going to be the last word in the sentence, no matter what. As long as the verb is in the present. If you want to say it in the Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe einen Termin ausgemacht. Ausgemacht. So you put G and E in the middle between aus and the Vergangenheitsform from machen, which is macht. Ausgemacht. However, if you want to reschedule the appointment, you say der Termin verschieben. Der Termin verschieben. Or if you only want to change the time, you say die Zeit ändern. Die Zeit ändern. Ändern means to change. Let's see how we can use this verb. Ich ändere. Du änderst. Sie, es ändert. Wir ändern. Ihr ändert. And sie ändern. So as you can see, the verb is actually not that difficult. And in the Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geändert. Ich habe geändert. To be early or to arrive early, you can either say früh sein, which means to be early, or früh ankommen, which means to arrive early. And as you can see, the verb ankommen also has two parts in it, an and kommen. Therefore, if you want to use this verb, an is going to be the last part of the sentence. Ich komme früh an, for example. The opposite, to be late or to arrive late, is spät sein or spät ankommen. Spät means late, and später with er means later. Spät, später. Late, later. I have a question for you. Rede über einen vergangenen Termin. This means talk about a past appointment. Vor 2 Tagen habe ich einen Arbeitstermin mit meinem Chef gehabt. 2 days ago, I had an appointment, a work appointment, with my boss. Ich komme nie zu spät. Nie means never. Therefore, the sentence means I never come late. Wir haben uns im Büro getroffen und 1 Stunde lang geredet. We met in the office and we talked for 1 hour. If you still have some problems understanding such sentences, that's completely alright. Building a sentence in German is a bit more complicated than English. We are going to discuss this subject exactly in the next course. but for this course you are only obligated to start building sentences, simple sentences. I'm writing such sentences that are longer just to give you an idea. If you had something simpler than this, that's perfect. Don't worry about it. Now, let's go through the new words one more time. Termin, Arzt, Zahnarzt, Büro, Friseur, Besuch, medizinische Untersuchung, Kosmetiker oder Kosmetikerin, verfügbar sein, einen Termin ausmachen oder verschieben, spät kommen or ankommen, and früh sein. And gratuliere. That was the end of this lesson. I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Before we start, let's go through the old words one more time. Termin, Arzt, Zahnarzt, Büro, Friseur, Besuch, medizinische Untersuchung, Kosmetikerin or Kosmetiker for the masculine form. Verfügbar sein. Einen Termin ausmachen. Termin verschieben. Spät kommen and früh sein. Our lesson for today is about words that you can use when talking about love. Love itself means die Liebe. Die Liebe. The word date, when talking about love, is das Date. Das Date. However, when you are talking about a date on the calendar, then it's das Datum. Das Datum. So here you have to be a bit careful. To go on a date, you say in German, auf ein Date gehen. Auf ein Date gehen. In the German language, there isn't a specific word to say boyfriend or girlfriend. So if you want to describe someone as your boyfriend, for example, you say simply Freund, which also means a normal friend. Freund. If the relationship is more serious, you can say Partner. So Freund means both boyfriend and a friend. The same with the feminine word. Instead of girlfriend, you say Freundin, which also means simply a friend. Freundin, or again you can say Partnerin. Partnerin. A fiancé is Verlobte. Verlobte. Husband is Ehemann. Ehemann. And a wife is Ehefrau. Ehefrau. The word divorced in German means geschieden. Geschieden. If you are single, you can either say single, just like the English word, or ledig. Ledig. And if you want to say I am single, you use the verb sein. So the sentence is Ich bin ledig. The verb to hug means umarmen. Umarmen. And to kiss is küssen. Küssen. Love life in general is Liebesleben. Liebesleben. If you want to say that you get along well with someone, you say sich gut verstehen. Sich gut verstehen. So you change the verb verstehen, depending on the pronoun, as well as sich. To flirt is also flirten. Flirten. To get married is heiraten. Heiraten. To be married, just like the adjective, verheiratet sein. Verheiratet sein. So if you want to say I am married, you say ich bin verheiratet. Du bist verheiratet. And so on. Let's see how we can use some of those verbs. Starting with to marry. Ich heirate. Du heiratest. Sie, es heiratet. Wir heiraten. Ihr heiratet. And sie heiraten. As you can see, the verb is very simple. And in the Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geheiratet. Ich habe geheiratet. To be engaged, verloben sein. Verloben sein. And again, if you want to say I am engaged, you say ich bin verloben, and so on. Let's try to exercise. Reden Sie über Ihr Liebesleben. A possible answer is ich habe einen Partner, aber ich bin nicht verheiratet. Or ich bin Single und ich bin glücklich. Single zu sein. This sentence means I'm single and I'm happy to be single. The last option is ich bin verheiratet und habe 2 Kinder. I'm married and I have 2 kids. See? Easy. Now, read those sentences, and as you can see, for each sentence, you have 2 options. Try to choose the correct answer. Let's go through the sentences. Ich habe meine Mama umarmt. Ich habe, because the verb umarmen doesn't include much movement. That's why you say habe. And here you can see that the verb umarmen in the Vergangenheit is umarmt. There isn't G in the middle. The second sentence is küsst seine Partnerin jeden Tag. So the question here is whether the sentence is in the Vergangenheit or not. The clue is in jeden Tag. Jeden Tag means every day. Therefore, you don't have Vergangenheit. You only need küsst, which is the third form of the verb küssen. Küsst. And finally, wir haben zusammen Spaß gehabt. The sentence means we had fun together. And because you have gehabt, you automatically know that the verb is haben and not sind. Now, let's go through our new words one more time. Liebe. Auf ein Date gehen. Freund or Partner or Freundin, Partnerin. Ehemann, Ehefrau, Single, ledig, geschieden, Liebesleben, umarmen, küssen, ausgehen, and if you want to say with someone, I go out with someone, you say ich gehe mit Jessica aus. Zusammen, sich gut verstehen, flirten, and finally heiraten. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it just like I've enjoyed it, and I will see you next time. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Before we start, let's go through the old words one more time. Liebe. Auf ein Date gehen. Freund or Partner, Freundin, Partnerin. Ehemann, Ehefrau. Single, ledig. Geschieden, Liebesleben. Umarmen, küssen, ausgehen, ausgehen mit, zusammen, sich gut verstehen, flirten, and heiraten. So let's start. Today we are going to talk about jobs. The word job in German could even be der Job, or die Arbeit. Die Arbeit. Die Arbeit literally means the work. A job interview is either das Vorstellungsgespräch, again, das Vorstellungsgespräch, or das Bewerbungsgespräch. Das Bewerbungsgespräch. Das Vorstellungsgespräch. Das Bewerbungsgespräch. An artist is Künstler. Künstler. And if you are talking about an artist who is a woman, for example, you say Künstlerin. So you add en to make this profession for a woman. Künstler, Künstlerin. A writer is either Autor or Autorin or Schriftsteller, Schriftstellerin. Lawyer is Anwalt, Anwalt, and the feminine form is Anwältin. So you add en and you change a into a umlaut. Anwalt, Anwältin. A farmer is Bauer, Bauer, or Bauerin, Bauerin. Engineer is Ingenieur, Ingenieur, or Ingenieurin. The word designer stays the same. Designer, but you say Designerin for the feminine form. An electrician is Elektriker, Elektriker, or Elektrikerin, Elektrikerin. An accountant is Buchhalter, Buchhalter, or Buchhalterin, Buchhalterin. A chef is Koch. But just like lawyer, you also had to change another letter. For the feminine form, you say Köchin. En plus O umlaut instead of O. Koch, Köchin. A carpenter is Tischler, Tischler, or Tischlerin. A scientist or a researcher is either Wissenschaftler, Wissenschaftler, or Forscher, Forscher. And again, for the feminine form, you add en. Wissenschaftlerin or Forscherin. A teacher is Lehrer, Lehrer, or Lehrerin, Lehrerin. A waiter is Kellner, Kellner, and waitress is Kellnerin, Kellnerin. A flight attendant is Flugbegleiter. Flugbegleiter or Flugbegleiterin. A translator is Übersetzer. Übersetzer, which comes from the verb übersetzen, to translate. And the feminine form again is Übersetzerin. Übersetzerin. A college student is Student. Student or Studentin. Studentin. Manager is Manager, or for the feminine form, again, Managerin. A boss is Boss or Chef / Chefin. So here you have to be careful. The word chef in English means someone who cooks. In German it's Koch. But chef in German, the word chef in German means boss. Those are the words that could be called false friends. You think that they mean the same thing in the other language, but they actually don't. Employee is Mitarbeiter. Mitarbeiter. The feminine form is Mitarbeiterin. Mitarbeiterin. Employer is Arbeitgeber. Arbeitgeber. Or again, Arbeitgeberin. Arbeitgeberin. A CV is der Lebenslauf. Der Lebenslauf. To work is arbeiten. Arbeiten. And to hire is einstellen. Einstellen. And here, because the verb has 2 syllables, ein and stellen, when you use the verb, you have to put stellen first, and ein, the first syllable, is always the last word in the sentence. Ich arbeite. Du arbeitest. Es arbeitet. Wir arbeiten. Ihr arbeitet. And sie arbeiten. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe gearbeitet. Ich habe gearbeitet. So as you can see, the verb is completely normal. If you got the question, what's your job? They are going to say, was ist Ihr Beruf? And yes, Beruf also means job. Let's try to answer this question actually. Was ist Ihr Job? Ich bin eine Übersetzerin und eine Italienisch-Lehrerin. I am a translator and a Italian teacher. It's not that difficult, right? Now, let's play a game. This is a dialogue and the black lines are mine. You have, however, to write the correct red lines in between. Guten Morgen. Wie heißen Sie? Ich bin Peter. Perfekt. Warum wollen Sie bei uns als Koch arbeiten? Als ich ein Kind war, habe ich Kochen immer geliebt. Wir lesen Ihren Lebenslauf und melden uns bei Ihnen. Vielen Dank. Auf Wiedersehen. Let's try to translate those sentences. Good morning. What's your name? I'm Peter. Perfect. Why do you want to work with us as a chef? Since I was a child, I always loved to cook. We will read your CV and we will contact you. Wir melden uns bei Ihnen means we will contact you. And finally you say, thank you very much and goodbye. Now, let's go through the new words one last time. Beruf. Vorstellungsgespräch. Künstler, Künstlerin. Autor, Autorin. Anwalt, Anwältin. Bauer, Bauerin. Ingenieur, Ingenieurin. Designer, Designerin. Elektriker, Elektrikerin. Buchhalter, Buchhalterin. Koch, Köchin. Tischler, Tischlerin. Wissenschaftler, Wissenschaftlerin. Lehrer, Lehrerin. Kellner, Kellnerin. Flugbegleiter, Flugbegleiterin. Student, Studentin. Manager, Managerin. Chef, Chefin. Mitarbeiter, Mitarbeiterin. Arbeitgeber, Arbeitgeberin. Lebenslauf, Arbeit and einstellen. and gratuliere. That was the end of this lesson. Learn the new words and I will see you next time. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. As always, before we start, let's go through the old words one more time. Beruf, Vorstellungsgespräch, again, Vorstellungsgespräch, Künstler, Künstlerin, Autor, Autorin, Anwalt, Anwältin, Bauer, Bauerin, Ingenieur, Ingenieurin, Designer, Designerin, Elektriker, Elektrikerin, Buchhalter, Buchhalterin, Koch, Köchin, Tischler, Tischlerin, Wissenschaftler, Wissenschaftlerin, Lehrer, Lehrerin, Kellner, Kellnerin, Flugbegleiter, Flugbegleiterin, Student, Studentin, Manager, Managerin, Chef, Chefin, Mitarbeiter, Mitarbeiterin, Arbeitgeber, Arbeitgeberin, Lebenslauf, Arbeit and einstellen. So let's start. Today we are going to practice. The couple of lessons that are going to come are also about practice mainly. So let's start with the first one. A question for you. Reisen Sie lieber mit Bahn, Bus, Auto oder Flugzeug? Und warum? When you add the word lieber in a question, the question would mean, do you prefer? In this case, reisen Sie lieber means, do you prefer to travel? Answer the question and we are going to discuss it in a minute. An answer is, ich reise lieber mit dem Flugzeug, weil es schneller ist. Wenn ich nicht weit fahre, mag ich lieber das Auto oder den Zug. The answer translated is, I prefer to travel with plane because it's faster. When I'm not traveling far, I like the car or the train. Try to translate this sentence. I went to Italy to visit some beautiful cities. Tu in this case means and some means einige. Einige. I stayed in an expensive hotel. I went to Rome by train. Ich bin nach Italien gefahren, um einige schöne Städte zu besuchen. Ich bin in einem teuren Hotel geblieben. Ich bin mit dem Zug nach Rom gefahren. In case you have some mistakes, that's totally okay. Those exercises are not meant for you to solve them 100% correctly. They are here to show you how you can build a sentence in German. So you are actually learning something new and practicing at the same time. Therefore, if you have some mistakes, don't worry. Now, let's have some kind of dialogue. The black lines are going to be mine. In between, write an answer that fits in the dialogue. Guten Morgen. Möchten Sie einen Termin ausmachen? Leider ist der Zahnarzt am Montag nicht verfügbar. Wann sind Sie frei? Okay, dann Mittwoch. Um wie viel Uhr? Perfekt. Auf Wiedersehen und bis bald. This is one of the possible answers. Guten Morgen. Möchten Sie einen Termin ausmachen? Ich möchte einen Termin für Montag ausmachen. Leider ist der Zahnarzt am Montag nicht verfügbar. Wann sind Sie frei? Ich bin Dienstag, Mittwoch und Freitag frei. Okay, dann Mittwoch. Um wie viel Uhr? Morgens um 10:30 Uhr. Perfekt. Auf Wiedersehen und bis bald. The translation of this dialogue is: Good morning. Do you want to make an appointment? I want to make an appointment for Monday. Unfortunately, the dentist is not available on Monday. When are you free? I'm free on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Okay, then Wednesday. When? Morgens in this case means in the morning at 10:30. Perfect. Goodbye and until then. Back to the simple questions. Was war Ihr Traumberuf als Kind? Als ich klein war, habe ich immer geträumt, ein Astronaut zu sein. What about you? What did you write? And now back to the dialogue. Again, the black lines are mine and you have to write a fitting answer in between. A possible answer is: Hallo, warum möchten Sie als Autor arbeiten? Weil ich immer schreibe und lese. Ich habe sehr viele Fantasie. Sind Sie jeden Tag für die Arbeit verfügbar? Am Samstag und Sonntag bin ich nicht verfügbar. Kein Problem. Sie müssen nicht an Wochenenden arbeiten. Das ist super. And now to the translation. Hey, why do you want to work as a writer because I always write and read. I have a lot of fantasy. Are you available for the job every day? On Saturdays and Sundays, I am not available. No problem. You don't have to work at weekends. This is super. And that was the end of it. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you next time for more practice. Until then, bye-bye. Willkommen, and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. Today, we are going to practice. We are going to practice how to translate. Translation in German means Übersetzung. Übersetzung. So let's start. The first sentence is: Yesterday was a beautiful day. It was sunny, without clouds. Without might be a new word for you, and it's ohne. Ohne. And mild. Last autumn means Herbst, in case you forgot, was very cold and rainy. So, try to translate it. The correct answer is: Gestern war ein schöner Tag. Es war sonnig, ohne Wolken und mild. Der letzte Herbst war sehr kalt und es hat geregnet. If you had so many mistakes, consider this one as a warming up exercise. It's gonna get better. So let's continue. Last year, I went to the university. It was a great experience. Experience means Erfahrung. Erfahrung. I studied business and I had class. Class in this case means Unterricht. Unterricht. Every day. Letztes Jahr war ich an der Universität. You could use the verb gehen in this sentence. Both are correct. Es war eine gute Erfahrung. Ich habe Business studiert und habe jeden Tag Unterricht gehabt. That one was easy, right? I bought a pair of leather shoes at the mall yesterday. They are handmade and they weren't expensive. Ich habe gestern im Einkaufszentrum ein paar Lederschuhe gekauft. Sie sind handgemacht und sie waren nicht teuer. So, how are you doing so far? I tried 2 t-shirts at the store 2 days ago. I didn't buy the red t-shirt. Ich habe vor 2 Tagen 2 T-Shirts im Laden probiert. Das rote T-Shirt habe ich nicht gekauft. Technically, in the second sentence, you could have changed the structure. So you say, ich habe das rote T-Shirt nicht gekauft. Both versions are correct. When I played basketball, I broke 2 bones. Now I can't play. Als ich Basketball gespielt habe, habe ich 2 Knochen gebrochen. Jetzt kann ich nicht spielen. Again, in the second sentence, you could have said, ich kann jetzt nicht spielen. Again, both versions are completely true. We met in front of the park at 10 p.m. and we went to a club. Wir haben uns um 22 Uhr vor dem Park getroffen und sind zu einem Club gegangen. That wasn't that difficult as well, right? I am divorced. I had a husband 3 years ago, but now I am single and happy. Ich bin geschieden. Ich habe vor 3 Jahren einen Mann gehabt. Aber jetzt bin ich Single und glücklich. I am an engineer and I work in an office. Last year, I worked as, and in this case as means als, an accountant, and I had a boss. Ich bin ein Ingenieur und arbeite in einem Büro. Letztes Jahr habe ich als Buchhalter gearbeitet und ich habe einen Chef gehabt. And that was the end of this lesson. Next lesson is also going to be about exercise, so be ready. And if you had too many mistakes in this one, repeat it, try to solve the questions again, and it's gonna get more clear to you. See you next time. Bye bye. Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Today, our lesson is simple. We are going to practice. So, let's start, shall we? Here, I want you to read the sentences and then choose one of the two answers. Wo war or warst deine Schule? Mein Onkel will mit dem Flugzeug geflogen oder fliegen. Ich habe gestern einen schönen Hund gesehen oder sehe. Ich habe oder bin seit Jänner verloben. Als Kind habe ich Obst gemocht oder mag. And remember, the reason why you have to choose this answer and not that answer is always about grammar. So pay attention to the small details. So let's see what you've got. The first one is Wo war deine Schule? Deine Schule is the same as the pronoun sie. And sie takes the verb war, sie war, and not sie warst. Warst is for the pronoun du. And here you are not talking about the person in front of you, but you are talking about his school. So it's sie. Die Schule takes sie and sie takes war. Mein Onkel will mit dem Flugzeug fliegen and not geflogen. Will comes from the verb wollen, which means want. And as you know, those verbs like möchten, wollen, müssen, können, the second verb is always in the infinitive. Ich habe gestern einen schönen Hund gesehen. This sentence is screaming that it's in the Vergangenheit. You have gestern and you have habe. So it's automatically gesehen and not sehe. Ich bin seit Jänner verloben. In this case, verloben is an adjective. And you say I am and not I have. That's why ich bin. And finally, als Kind habe ich Obst gemocht and not mag. Als Kind means as a child, which means the sentence is in the past tense. And you have habe, which also a sign that the sentence is in the Vergangenheit. That's why you use the Vergangenheitsform from the verb mögen. Now, try to use the correct pronouns with the correct forms of those verbs. Let's compare our answers. I ran. Ich bin gelaufen. She felt. Sie hat gefühlt. They drank. Sie haben getrunken. You had. Du hast gehabt. We thought. Wir haben gedacht. You went. Ihr seid gegangen. If you chose du, that's also okay. I ate. Ich habe gegessen. That wasn't that difficult, right? Do you want to try it again? So let's see. I wrote, ich habe geschrieben. She fell, sie ist gefallen. They went out, sie sind ausgegangen. You stayed, ihr seid geblieben. We read, wir haben gelesen. You wrote, du hast geschrieben. And finally, I understood, ich habe verstanden. Now, let's have some kind of dialogue. Wo warst du gestern? A possible answer would be, gestern war ich im Einkaufszentrum und habe einen Mantel für den Winter gekauft. Am Abend bin ich dann ins Kino gegangen. Let's go through the answers step by step. Gestern war ich im Einkaufszentrum. Yesterday, I was in the shopping center. Und habe einen Mantel für den Winter gekauft. And bought a jacket for the winter. Am Abend bin ich dann ins Kino gegangen. In the evening, I went to the cinema. Try to translate those verbs. Let's compare our answers. I watched. Ich habe geschaut. She loved. Sie hat geliebt. They hoped. Sie haben gehofft. You found. Ihr habt gefunden. We did. Wir haben gemacht. You flew. Du bist geflogen. And finally, I listened. Ich habe gehört. Okay, another question for you. Wie war das Wetter in der letzten Woche? A possible answer is: Letzte Woche war das Wetter schlecht. Montag, Mittwoch und Freitag hat es immer geregnet. So the question is, how was the weather last week? And I said, last week the weather was bad. Monday, Wednesday and Friday, it was always raining. Now, let's try a real dialogue. The black lines are going to be mine. In between those sentences, you have to write your own answer, so it match the questions. Haben Sie im Kleiderladen etwas gekauft? Etwas means something. Schön. Wie viel haben Sie für sie bezahlt? Sie haben recht. Sie haben recht means you are right. Sie sind billig. Now your turn. Haben Sie im Kleiderladen etwas gekauft? You could say, ja, ich habe eine Hose und ein Hemd gekauft. And then I say, schön. Wie viel haben Sie für sie bezahlt? 60 € insgesamt. Insgesamt means altogether. Ich habe nicht viel bezahlt. I didn't pay much. And then I say, Sie haben recht. Sie sind billig. That wasn't that different or that difficult, right? Again, just like the first exercise, try to read the sentences and decide which answer fits better. Gestern habe oder bin ich Sport gemacht. Haben Sie als Kind Basketball gespielt oder gemacht? Letztes Jahr bin ich jeden Tag ins Fitnessstudio gegessen or gegangen? And finally, meine Schwester hat Sport als Kind nicht mag or nicht gemocht. Choose wisely. Let's see the correct answers. Gestern habe ich Sport gemacht. If the sentence has the verb gemacht, this means at the same time that you have to use the verb habe and not bin. Even though you might think that Sport machen is a verb that has movement in it, in this case you still use haben because you have machen, and machen is always with haben. Haben Sie als Kind Basketball gespielt? Again, Basketball spielen might be something that you move while you are doing it, right? But because you have spielen, and spielen comes usually with haben, you also say haben. Letztes Jahr bin ich jeden Tag ins Fitnessstudio gegessen or gegangen. Those two verbs are difficult because in the Vergangenheit they are really similar. Last year I went every day to the fitness studio. Gegessen comes from the verb essen, but gegangen comes from the verb go. So the correct answer is obviously gegangen. And finally, meine Schwester hat Sport als Kind nicht gemocht. My sister didn't like sports when she was a child. This means the sentence is in the Vergangenheit. Therefore, you have to choose gemocht and not mag. Try to translate the sentence. When I played tennis, I broke the left arm. Als ich Tennis gespielt habe, habe ich den linken Arm gebrochen. It's not that difficult, right? Now, back to our dialogue exercise. I'm the black lines, and you have to find the correct or one of the correct red answers. Hallo, bist du dieses Wochenende ausgegangen? Ah, schön. Bist du tanzen gegangen? Wo warst du denn? Denn is just something that Germans add. It doesn't actually mean something. Wo warst du denn means also, where were you? Das nächste Mal, which means next time, komme ich auch. So, try to find a correct answer. So, a possible answer could be, Hallo, bist du dieses Wochenende ausgegangen? You could say, ja, ich bin mit meinem Cousin und seinem Freund ausgegangen. Yes, I went out with my cousin and his friend. Ah, schön. Bist du tanzen gegangen? Wo warst du denn? You say, ja, wir sind zu dem Laden neben dem Strand gegangen. And I say, das nächste Mal komme ich auch. And you finally could say, aber sicher doch. Which means, of course. Again, it's just the way some Germans talk. This is like the way they talk on the street. You can simply say, yes, ja, natürlich. Or you can say something like, aber sicher doch. Again, try to translate this sentence. The hotel was cheap and I checked in the morning. It wasn't in the city, but in the countryside. So the answer is, das Hotel war billig und ich habe am Morgen eingecheckt. Es war nicht in der Stadt, sondern in der Landschaft. But usually means aber. However, in this case, in German, you don't say aber, but you say sondern. And now, let's try something new. The question is, Sie möchten einen Termin beim Arzt machen. Was sagen Sie am Telefon? You could say something like Guten Morgen. Ich möchte einen Termin mit dem Arzt am Montag um 16 Uhr ausmachen. Ist er verfügbar? Good morning. I want to make an appointment with the doctor on Monday at 4 o'clock. Is he available? Again, read the sentence and choose the correct answer. So let's see. Ich umarme meinen Hund, weil er mein bester Freund ist. You say ich umarme and not ich umarmst because umarmst belongs to the pronoun du. Ich bin letztes Jahr mit einem schönen Mädchen gegangen or ausgegangen. It depends on what you are trying to say. If you want to say I went with a beautiful girl, you say gegangen. But if you want to say went out, then it's ausgegangen. Ich war vor 3 Jahren verlobt. Because you have vor 3 Jahren here, this means that the sentence is in the Vergangenheit. Therefore, you choose war and not bin. And finally, mein Ex-Ehemann war immer nett, aber jetzt sind wir nicht zusammen. So the sentence means, my ex-man was always nice, but now we are not together. So it's obvious that the first part of the sentence is in the Vergangenheit. Again, therefore you choose war and not ist. Back to translation. I had a job interview to become a teacher. It went well, and they hired 3 other people. I start on Monday. The correct translation is: Ich habe ein Vorstellungsgespräch gehabt, um Lehrer zu werden. Es ist gut gegangen und sie haben 3 weitere Leute eingestellt. Ich beginne am Montag. For other, you can either say weitere or andere. Both are fine. And that was the end of this lesson. In case you've got some mistakes, that's totally fine. Simply go through the old lessons, watch the videos again. And I promise you, with time and practice, those mistakes are gonna go away. Until then, bye bye.